Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Bird Dog, coming in with the 85-month resub. What's going on, everybody? Oh, man. I'm nervous. I know I shouldn't be, but I'm nervous. I'm nervous about today because we're gonna try to get that trunk in there today, in the car. Finally, that's the namesake for the title of the stream today. Let's try to get that dang trunk pan in. Go. There it goes. There it is. So at the very least, guys, I want this thing tacked in. I want it tacked in so we can check for fitment and stuff. This is a little bit of a lengthy process. So here's the deal. Here's what's going to happen. This is a lengthy process and you have to take your time. All right. I am here a little bit early. I had some other stuff that I had to do to get ready because next week I won't be here because we're going to visit Bree's family in Michigan. So I had to do some stuff this morning, but here's what we're gonna do. Car stream might go into Kerbal time a little bit, but if it does, we'll play Kerbal and talk about space news at the same time, and then we'll play Kerbal for as long as it takes to get 8 hours of Kerbal gameplay in. Fair? I really got to get those pallets ready to go in KSP. We have to get the moon crane operational. We have to get that all figured out, and we have to work on the con ops for how we're going to work moon crane into our architecture. So what we're going to do is we're going to work on a car, and then it takes as long as it takes, and then we'll do whatever we need to do to get 8 hours of Kerbal in after that. And if you're watching the VOD, this makes no sense at all. Don't worry about it. We're about to work on the car. Anyway, what's going on with everybody else today? Everything good? It's Wednesday. My voice is a little raspy. I played Battlefield for after hours last night, and I tried to not get angry. And Battlefield tested my patience pretty badly. It's pretty funny in hindsight. It's pretty funny. It was not funny at the time. I had to shut the camera and the microphones off and scream at the wall because the game, dude. We played 6 matches last night. 6 matches. We lost 5 of them in a row and won the last one. For those 5 matches, I top fragged pretty much every time. One of the matches, I got 60 kills. I was 60 kills, 10 deaths, like with, I don't know how many captures, I forget. 6-1 KD, top frag, and we lose. I know it's a team game. I get it. With that being said, you don't pick who's on the team. Last night, my flick was on. We were dropping like 5-6-1 KDs almost every match. I think the lowest kill to death ratio I got was 1.0, and that in the match where I had to shut the mic off. That match, that was bad. Yeah. Every other match, dude, I dropped at least, I think it was a 3-1, 4-1 KD, meaning you're killing 4 times as many people as dying, and that's what you have to do. It's all about KD in Battlefield. Especially if you're playing Conquest. I mean, we weren't playing Conquest, but that's another story. So, streamer luck, I was like, I'm not going to get mad at Battlefield today. And the universe decided to test my patience. My patience ran out in game 5. Like after 2.5 hours. It's pretty good. I did pretty good. Dude, I shut the mic off and went, nah, I hate all of you. Voice is a little raspy because of that. Oops. Hey, Navak, what's going on, man? You get that transmission in or what? Your birthday is tomorrow. What did you get you? What did I get you? A stream. You got a stream. Happy birthday. You got to get a stream tomorrow. Isn't that great? Did you fight with BF6 yesterday? Yeah, you were here. You were here. Yeah, so That's yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. Too many idiots camping in dumb spots, Dan. It was tough. It was pretty much the worst team in the world for like 5 straight matches. Yeah, we got blown out. That match on Eastwood, the second match was pretty good. That was close. Every other match was a blowout except for the 6th match. So 1, 3, 4, and 5 were just absolute blowouts. Like we lost within 20 minutes, which is bad. That's bad. A close Battlefield game lasts about 45. That's when the teams are even. Oh, we got rolled, dude. We'll do it again tonight. We'll play. Let's see if Battlefield can't piss off EJ today. It's a fun game to play. At least I hope it's entertaining for you guys. Oh, it will. It always will. All right. Well. Shall we? Oh, it's entertaining for you. Okay. I just started a new KSP save, so after a meeting at 11:30, I need to decide if I do KSP or BF6. It's up to you guys. Damn, it's a shame that's what Battlefield came to. Dude, you win some, lose some, man. I mean, watch any like professional football game or any professional sport, dude. You know, if you're committed to trying to win, and then you don't, it's tough. And like that's the sports side of me. That's the sports side of me that doesn't really come out too much to play on stream. You know, you're a sports fan. You know what it's like. You see the players, or if you've played sports, you know what it's like to lose. It's not fun. But that's part of the game. Cool jacket. Thank you. GS1 is breaking over. Oh, let's check into that real quick, and at the top of the hour we'll get going. NSF Space Coast Live. Now Space Coast Live. Oh baby, look at this, dude. Look at this. Chat, would you just look at it? Ooh, those landing legs. Those landing legs got a little feisty there. Look at that. Dudes, I also noticed on the New Glenn that the wings ain't doing too well. New Glenn's wings definitely there's a lot of stress being put on the tank wall right there. Would you just look at it? I'm wondering if OG MacGyver gets what I'm saying. I noticed that, so, fellas, the paint on Noogles is cracking. See it right there? See all the paint, how it flaked off? So, that could be a couple of different things. What makes paint flake off? Ice that accumulates on the outside of the booster can make the paint freeze. It can freeze it off of the booster, but the rest of the paint looks fine. So that tells me that that's not what that is. There's paint flaking all up and down the what's Dan over in YouTube? What is the name of the part of the wing that connects into the fuselage, like into the wing box? Is it the spar? I don't even know if you'd call this that. Where this wing connects in is cracking the paint. The wing root, Dean? Yeah, maybe. Um, let me see if I can find a picture. Let's see. Max should have a picture. Max. Okay, here's a picture from Blue. Take a look, dudes. Look, see that? The spar is the main structural member of the wing. The region where it attaches is typically called the root. Got it. Got it. Look, it flecked all the paint. See that? It's on both sides, too, which is bad. Well, not bad. That's one of those things that's kind of hard to predict. You know, Blue isn't exactly doing the analysis on if the paint's going to chip off during reentry. Like they just wanted to get a booster back, right? Which is fair, and they did, and it's in pretty damn good condition for what it is. But so that right there, that's not great. Now to be fair, I'm not concerned trolling Blue Origin or anything. They'll figure it out. If they can get this thing back, I'm sure a little bit of paint flecking because the wing root flexing is not that big of a deal. So what happened here is if this is the wings on the sides, the wings were under high dynamic pressure. And they did this. They flexed. And what that is doing is, albeit on a very, very small level, is flexing the outer tank wall of the booster. And it's cracking the paint. I'm like 90% sure that that's what's going on. I don't have any insider sources. In fact, I know a lot of people that work at Blue, and I tell them to not tell me stuff like this. I'm trying to figure it out myself because I'm a masochist, and that's what I do. So it's very interesting here that it's flecking on the back of the wing. So the back meaning that it's flying engines first, right? So you didn't get much paint cracking over here, which tells me that the engine section is kind of keeping the dynamic pressure off of the front of the wing, but the back of the wing is receiving some type of shock. Most likely the boundary shock from the front, from the engine section, because the engine section gets thicker at the bottom of the booster. Most likely that. This thing is... Because you see there's severe cracking around the end of the root, which means the back of that wing is twisting up. It's twisting up. It's just a little bit, guys. Like you wouldn't know. Like from the onboards, it's really hard. Actually, hold on one second. Hold on a second. Hang on a minute. I remember seeing something during landing. Where's that onboard? This one right here.
And we have Lenny.
This guy. So check it out. See, the engine section is pushing most of this out of the way, but you're definitely getting air that's coming up and it's going up and around the engine section, and it's going over the back of the wings. Right here is where we see flex. Right? Now if we switch over to this it's going to switch to the onboard here. Right? Look. Oh, that's a cut shot. When they switched to this view right here, the whole bottom of this thing is shaking around. The whole engine section is shaking. EJ, watch the liftoff from the Blue stream again and look at the strake at liftoff. EJ, it was from liftoff. Watch the liftoff again. Okay? And we'll have a hard time adhering during a flex event, especially if heat is introduced. Yeah, exactly, Level. I mean, if you think about the thermodynamics that's going on here, you have extremely cold paint. You're getting shock heating from reentry, or from the booster coming back down. You're gonna, well, not shock heating. You're gonna get compression heating. You can only see it from Blue's stream. Interesting. Aerodot, I have a question. The cracking that we're seeing is on this side, not this side. So, what, I mean, there is cracking over there. Hey, All Systems, what's up? Maybe it's a combination of both. I mean, that's a good eye, Erudite. Very good. Very good observation. You can definitely see there's something going on there. But the cracking is on this side. But then again, it's in the shadow, so it'd be harder to see. So my question is, going back to you, if something during liftoff or something during integration operations did this, or something going into the launch campaign did that, what would it be? Because if it's the cold propellants flecking the paint off, right? It could be due to thermal contraction, because when you tank the booster, everything kind of shrinks a little bit. It's not a lot, but it shrinks. Why would you only get cracking right here around the root? And why isn't the entire paint job cracking, right? See what I'm saying? It's a good observation, dude. It's definitely, you can definitely see it. It's definitely doing that right there. Interesting. Because the welding around the root is different. That's possible. If you have differential welds, like if they TIG welded the wing spar and the wing on, right? If they TIG welded it and the booster is stir welded, that could happen. Yeah. It's a materials transition area. Is it though? Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, some questions to be asked. For sure. Here, let's look at this shot of rollout. Anything
for today's
Ow! Yeah, no, nothing. The wing root isn't the same material as the tank. Yeah, it's possible. Why does it do that? Yeah, no, there was no cracking or anything there. That face one, you know people in the crowd. Whoa. I didn't notice that, dude. We didn't get this long of a shot. Look at the pitch over. That's a hell of a pitch rate, dude. So it doesn't look like much, but the whole vehicle does this. You could see it do what's called the pitch over event, which means it's starting to turn down range. The first stage with rockets for uninitiated is designed to go up and maybe a little bit down range. The second stage is what's designed to get you going fast, right? But you got to remember, even a 5-degree rotation like that, maybe even 5-degree rotation, this thing is 300 feet tall. That's like a skyscraper turning. That's pretty impressive, dude. Oh, man. You know what? I will say, that looks right. That just looks... That looks right. It looks... I don't know. I don't know what I did. It's like, yeah, that's what a rocket should look like. I mean, I get the same vibes with Starship as well, but... Man. Do they really need the paint, or is it just to make it look pretty? I would say at the very least, Finn, because this is made out of aluminum, you at least need a corrosion primer, an anti-corrosive primer, because it's aluminum. Anybody that works with airplanes will tell you this, but I'll bet you Blue could save money with, they could not save money, they could save some mass by not painting it. Now, how much of that mass? I don't know. But I do know that Noogles is, if we like get a shot of the interstage, it's all painted in there. Like the inner stage, the engine section, it's all painted, dudes. See it all in there? That's a lot of paint. That's a lot of mass, dude. Did it say anything about the crazy pitch after separation? LoJack, no. The margins were there. That's all. You had the margins to do something like that because of the light payload. Phallic. Yeah, for sure. Do the wings move? So, Hugo, the wings up at the top of this thing move. Those things do actuate. These ones down here don't. They don't move at all. We also did see ice fall off during ascent and meet the corner of the fin in the tank. That's true. But see the way these cracks are, see the way the paint's flicking, Erudite? See this? You see how the amplitude of these cracks is going this way? That tells me flex, right? If this was a materials thing, like something at liftoff, why would it look like that? Now, what could happen here, because this is rocket science, the paint could have been weakened in this area, or it could have been mechanically weakened, right, during liftoff because of all the ice, and then the heating, right? The heating and the reentry could have flicked the paint off from the stress on the wings. Usually with rocket science, it's a combination of both. But if it was just cracking from liftoff, I would be expecting stuff like that. See that right there? The other thing is, why is it, if it was something at liftoff, why isn't the whole thing like that? It's just the back, especially around the very edge of this thing. See that? And see the way it's going? It's in line. That is, these cracks are in line with stress coming over the wings from the landing. Because if we take a look at the landing shot here from Jeff, right? Look at the angle that the booster's coming in. So you're falling basically down. So laminar flow's coming at you like this. It's going diagonally over the booster. So if the booster's coming in like this, the airflow's going like that, right? It's kind of not exactly perpendicular with the booster, or parallel to the booster, but it's not perpendicular either. It's closer to being parallel. It's going kind of sideways. We see the same phenomenon with Falcon 9. Take a look. That's going in that exact, almost not perpendicular, but almost parallel direction. See what I'm talking about? Well, either way, guys, if we're nitpicking the paint coming off, it's a overall successful mission. Now I'm just really, it's more of a logic exercise with me to try and figure out why that happened in that particular area. The wing stress is what I keep coming back to. But anyway, I'm procrastinating because I'm worried about this trunk pan. Let's get this done. EJ US launch 2 minute 15 seconds. What's that, Krishel? Think they need more wing? No, I think they need to adjust the wing shape if it is what I think it is. What do you think happened on the leg covers? They got smacked into the ground and then welded. All right. Stand by for loss of signal from the office, as expected. Okay, do we have an acquisition of signal? How's the sync? Signal is good. Audio is good, 5x5. Do I have a heater in here? Yeah. Yeah, I got a propane heater in here. Those are speed holes. Yep, yeah, they are. Oh man, deburring all those holes sucked. That wasn't fun at all. And I think I missed a couple. Yeah, there's a couple that still have burrs on them. Whatever, we can fix it. Is that particular model of Charger hard to find these days since it's a 4-door? Gazaway, it's okay. So first of all, the crew cab Charger is just a slang name. It's a 1969 Dodge Coronet 500. The Coronet, the Charger started as a trim level for the Coronet, and then in 1968 they made it its own car. The thing is this 68, 69 is right when the Charger diverged from the Coronet platform, but the underpinnings are the same thing. This is, if you flip this car upside down and you flip the 69 Charger upside down, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. It's got all the same structure underneath. Now, is this hard to find? No, not particularly. You could probably find one of these that's not Titanic in the back like this one was, for probably like $3 to $4 grand. They're not particularly hard to find. They're rare, but rare for the wrong reasons. The reason why these aren't rare is because no one gives a frick about 4-door cars from the 60s. They're not muscle cars, so no one cares. Now, with that all being said, if you wanted to find a 2-door version of this car, so a 2-door Coronet or a Charger, that would be in about the same rusty condition as this one was when I bought it, take the price and times it by 10. Seriously. Charger shells nowadays are going for 20, 30, 40 grand. This was a running and driving car, albeit extremely rusty. If I found a Dodge Charger, a 69 Charger in the same condition, with the same motor package, with the same amount of rust, 20 grand. Yeah, I bought this because I can't afford that. So the way I see it is, look, with modern technology, you can make these things go fast. With a modern engine, it can go just as fast as a 2-door one from the 60s, right? I don't give a frick if it has 4 doors. That doesn't bother me. More room for you and your buddies. More room for the friends I don't have, right? So yeah, are these hard to find? No, not particularly. They're not really expensive either. The thing is that the ones that people do want, you're gonna pay a pretty penny for it. Can it fit 219 people? Something like that. Yeah, right. So, hey, if you could mind, could you give me a summary of the project for someone who just started following this? Sad, okay, yeah, summary of the project for everybody because you guys haven't seen a car stream. This is real quick because we got work to do. So this is a 69 Coronet 500. Guys, seriously, this is just a 4-door mid-level trim car from the 60s. The modern day equivalent would be like a Toyota Camry. Yeah, it's not a muscle car. It's not supposed to go fast yet. This is just really a really plain Jane car from the 60s. There's nothing really special about it. It's old, and that's about it. My truck's old. No one cares. It's not sought after. It doesn't really have a good motor combination, the one that people want. It has a tiny engine in it for the size. Like, it's just a 60s economy car. This is a mid-sized car from the 60s. Like I said, the modern day equivalent would be like a Toyota Crown or well, maybe not a Crown. Crown's high level. Like a Toyota Camry or like a Fusion, like a Ford Fusion or like a Chevy Malibu or something. This is like a rental car. That's what it is. The thing is that, once again, it's got the same underpinnings as the muscle cars.
like a Dodge Charger has the same chassis. It's the same thing. Like Dukes of Hazzard, the thing that flies through the air. If you looked at the bottom of that, you looked at the bottom of this, same car. It's the same chassis. Chrysler did that to save money. They made as many cars as they possibly could because chassis research and development is expensive. So they made one chassis and then made as many freaking cars as they could out of it. Wagons, convertibles, 2 doors, 4 doors, taxi cabs, sedans, whatever, fleet vehicles, police cars. Anything you could do to recoup the cost of development for building the chassis, right? So, what am I gonna do with this? Are we gonna just restore a Toyota Camry from 1969? Like we're just gonna restore an economy car? Well, yes and no. Sad, the big thing that I wanna do with this is learn. I'm trying to learn how to rebuild this. Because if I can rebuild this, that means if I do get a Charger for someday for relatively short money, I can fix it. You know, if you find one that's too far gone, I can fix that, no problem. We got a welder, we got everything we need. Also, I'm going to get my heater out. It is kind of cold in here. So, I'll talk and work. So this thing, the thing is, I was just talking to Faraway about this being short money. It's short money because nobody wants a 4-door, right? No one cares about that. Short doors are really inexpensive, or 4 doors are really inexpensive comparatively to their 2-door counterparts. So, I can't afford that. What I can afford is a 4-door and all the parts to fix a 4-door. Then there's just the labor. So, Sad, I'm doing this to learn. I'm doing this because I want an old car from the 60s, and this is one that's pretty fairly priced. I'm never probably gonna recoup my investment on this. Like if I was doing this to flip it, probably wouldn't be worth it. I'm doing this to learn, and I'm documenting my progress. Now, with that all being said, am I just gonna restore this car and go? No. I have a much more modern V8 sitting out the garage door inside of a 2004 Dodge Ram. So it's a 5.7 Hemi, Gen 3 Hemi that makes about 345 horsepower out of the box. I mean, it's an older engine, but it's got lower mileage on it. 2004 is not new. Remind me, it's 21 years old. Anyway, doesn't matter. Even a 20-year-old engine is better than the 50-year-old engine that's in it. So what I'm going to do with this car is once we get the shell all nice and solid, we get the chassis of the car nice and solid and rigid, I will put all the reinforcements in on this thing that would have came more or less with the muscle cars of the 60s, because they bolt in, or weld in. You can get the parts to reinforce this thing and make it much stronger. And then we're gonna put a modern engine in it. And that will build out the modern engine. This is a little bit of a long-term project, guys. I don't know if you knew that. Yeah, then we'll have a car from the 60s that looks like just any plain Jane car that goes faster than a Charger. That modern engine, despite being lower displacement than engines from the 60s, will make more power because modern technology. So yeah, we're gonna build out a modern Hemi to put in this Dodge from the Dodge Ram outside. I have a donor vehicle, and we're gonna take all the stuff, all the electronics and all the computers out of that, and we're gonna put it in this. Hemi Brothers, that's right. It's a truck engine. Yes, truck engines make torque. That was on purpose. And I got the Dodge Ram for short money because it's rusting out, because Dodges rust out. That's what they do. So that's the synopsis for the project. Today we're gonna get ready to put this thing in. Yeah, crew cab Charger. The reason why I call it a crew cab Charger is because I can't afford a Charger. So I can afford a Coronet with 4 doors. And it's pretty much the same car. It is the same car. This is a Charger. This is not a Charger. This is a 69 Coronet, a 69 Coronet RT floor pan. Yeah, the Charger one is pretty much exactly the same. A 69 Charger trunk pan would have a recessed point right here for where the gas tank where the filler for the gas tank goes in, because the filler for the gas tank is right here on Cornettes, and on Chargers it's over here. It's up on the trunk, and the pipe needs to go down into the fuel tank. That's the only difference. It is a Charger. It's the same thing. It just has 4 doors. Crew cab. Yeah, Coltec, we will. All right, so let me flip over here. So nope, wrong camera. That's the Vivitar. So what are we doing today? What are we doing today? I need to get this in there, and we need to at least tack it in and get it in place to weld. Every one of these holes is a hole where I'm going to do what's called a plug weld. We're gonna put the trunk pan, which looks like Swiss cheese, on top of the frame rails in the trunk of the car, right? We're gonna get it aligned, get it centered, check for alignment again, check for alignment one more time, make sure we're nice and flush, do some final adjustments to the frame rail flanges just to make absolutely sure that everything is perfectly straight. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use self-tappers or tech screws to screw down the trunk in certain places. So a self-tapper is this, or a tech screw. It's got a drill bit on the front and a screw behind it. So we're gonna use that to hold, hang on. All right, sorry. Music is a bit loud. All right, I can change that. All right, how's that? That should balance a little bit better. That should be a little bit better balanced audio, guys. I turned it down just a little bit. Hang on. Hang on, my uncle's texting me. He's, we usually talk right now before the stream sometimes. Okay, cool. Put that over there. All right. Cool. So, yeah, that's the overview for the project. That's what we're doing today. We're gonna tech screw every other hole. So see how there's a bunch of holes? It looks like Swiss cheese here. If we put a screw in every other hole, we can get the trunk to adhere down, right? And if we get it to adhere to the frame rails with all the holes, right, we gotta make sure it's nice and centered. When we do that, the tech screws will hold everything in place while I just go through and weld. So, you know, we'll weld every other one, and then we take out all the damn screws, right? Take out all the stupid things, and then you weld where the screws were. So it kind of, think of it like a torque sequence almost for like welding. But yeah, here, let me plug in the heater, and let's get going, because it is cold in here. I tried to get this done during the damn summer, but you know, real life decided to slap me across the face. And then it decided to do it again, and again, and again. So, you know, good stuff. It's a good time. course I can't find my extension cords. Why would I? Why would I be able to find those? Don't be silly. Where the heck's my extension cords? Of course they're gone. Why wouldn't they be? It's the welding cable. There's the battery. I have my extension cord here, but we need that for the drill. I have one of them here. Ah, there's one. I think there's one. Oh yeah, dude. Score. Cool. I just want to plug in the heater on its own, in its own outlet. So yeah, we got a propane heater in here. We got a propane heater in here, boy. Good for propane and propane accessories. Come on. There it goes. Oh, yeah. Heat it up. All right. Should probably move that away from the welder, considering we need the welder, huh? I know the feeling, had the garage door break, tried to fix it, needed parts, got really sick. Now coming on deadline to get the core on the transmission back. Oh, geez. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, you can see the propane heater's doing work over there. Okay, I'm gonna move this whole kit and caboodle over here. You know you have too much stuff in the shop when you go to reach for something and it falls over. Everything falls over. There we go. Okay. That goes over here. This goes over here. Move the cord so we don't trip on it. If that's too much of a pain in the butt, you guys let me know. That thing cranks out carbon monoxide? No. It's a heater for indoors. Garage should not be a Rube Goldberg machine, yeah. It's loud because, yeah, here, you know what? I'll move it as far away as I can while it's still blowing heat on us. Try and keep the audio down a little bit. I mean, yeah, it's burning, but it's burning propane, so it's not like, okay, jokes aside, it's burning propane. That's not that big of it. It's not like a car running. You generally don't want to open the door with your heater because it lets all the heat out, you know what I mean? Hey, Raul.
Go and throttle up.
Welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. Let's get this done. No, I've ran it in here. I've ran it in here and heated up the whole garage with it, dude. It's not a big deal. Seriously though, the trunk lid is like the flattest one I think I've ever seen in my life, yeah? No, it's not, yeah, it's not diesel, it's propane, differences. It's propane, boy. All right, so let's get the cameras and let's get to this. So what do we got to do? All right, switch to that camera, and then we'll move to this camera. Actually, you know what? We might be able to use the Vivitar for this. Hold on. So, these right here, the frame rails, you're over there. We spent an ungodly amount of time getting these things leveled. They are level. I checked everything. We got the leaf spring perches all level. What we got to do is we got to put the trunk pan in, right? We got to put the pan in, and then we just have to check for clearances. We got to center the pan. We got to make sure everything is nice and centered before we go burn this thing in. Everything needs to be perfect here. It can't be crooked. The pan has to sit flat on the rails. All right, if the pan doesn't sit flat on the rails, when you drive the car and you go around a corner, the whole thing is designed to flex a little bit. If the pan is bent or if it has tension in it, the whole system doesn't work right. It's gotta be flat. It has to be perfect. Like, that's why it took so long, because I had to take this all apart and redo it to get it all nice and level 2 or 3 times. But that's the price of learning, right? So once again, this whole thing is designed to flex back and forth like this when the car is going around a corner. It's not a lot, it's just a little bit. You gotta give a little bit of flex or else stuff breaks. Metal has to bend just a little. And if the pan is like, if the pan's like this, or if it's, you know, crooked or not centered correctly, it won't flex the way the factory wanted it to. And the car like could go down the road weird, or, you know, it could be tilted to one side. We don't want none of that. This has to be right. Now, with that being said, there is a gap. There is a little bit of a gap that I already know about. That's right here, because the leaf spring perch bracket is not. It came like this. The spot welds on this diagonal are not exactly right. That diagonal is actually kind of, instead of the bracket being like this, it's kind of bent down. We do know about that. That's not going to affect the flex too much. It's really more about the frame rails. The frame rails and the top of the leaf spring perches, that all has to be perfect to the trunk pan, like within 1/4 of an inch, right? We have to get it right. So with that being said, I'm going to put the pan in. Now, the other thing that I did do, you're stalling. Yeah, I know. The other thing that I did, and I'll just mention this, is I put undercoating inside of the frame rail channels. There's undercoating in there. I undercoated the inside of the rails to give them the best possible chance of not rusting. This is all bed lined in there. And I did it in low humidity yesterday, so we know that it's not going to trap any rust or humidity in there. Albeit I did it when it was cold, and then I went after this thing with the heat gun and made sure it's set all correctly. So if you look, the inside of the frame rails, it's been cleaned out, and it's really, it's bed lined in there so it doesn't move. All right, so with all that being said, let's go. Let's put that pan in there. All right, let's put it in and start checking for clearances. Clarence. We'll probably take it out 1 or 2 more times, but there. Okay. Now what we're looking for is, if we look at these rails, we're looking for clearance to these. I got to put the bumper brackets on to get the right spacing. Give me 1 sec. The bumper bracket has to fit up in there. See this? It's got this this piece right here. This goes right in here, like that. And then I gotta get a clamp to hold this thing in place. Okay, now we gotta do the same on the other side. Got a little bit of a bend in the metal right there. When I drilled it, it must have bent it. Okay. Well, if we take a look at the holes right there, look. Once again, this is not anything I didn't know. This bracket is tilted out. See how like you can see the leaf spring, the top of the leaf spring perch there? Let's see how that one's dark. And a lot of these are dark. That one is low. These ones are perfect. The rest of this is actually really good. But when I was drilling the pan, I put a kink. There's a kink in it right there. See it? When I was drilling it, I drilled the pan upside down, and when I pushed, I bent the pan a little bit. That's okay, we can bend it back. It's not that big of a deal. Where's my Metal Bender 5000? Here we go. Get that wave out of the metal. And this is why we're using those self-tappers. This is why we're going to use self-tappers to hold this in position. Now, let's just take a look all through here. Like I said, the pan is a little bit bent up, so some of these holes aren't going to look like they fit, but if we press it down, right? Press the dang old thing down. Most of these line up. They line up pretty damn good. Like I said, you want to see gray. That's what we're looking for right there. See that? See the gray with no shadow? As opposed to that. Once again, I bent the pan because I'm an idiot, but okey siddly diddly dokey, yo. I'm an idiot. Yeah, it's true. All right, this all looks real good, actually. Across the back, you know, you just give it a little press down. All those holes look real good. Let me bring the light over here. That one is kind of catching the very edge of that flange. That's okay. That all looks good. All right, let me check the trunk cross member. All those are lined up. What about over here? Yeah, that's all pretty dang good, man. There's a burr on that hole. These things have been the bane of my freaking existence. So much metal chunks, dude. I deburred all the holes and then I hit it with the flap discs. That's why there's shiny stuff here. Like if you see, I kind of went ham with the grinding wheel. Well, not ham, I didn't go too crazy. But... All right, guys, this all looks pretty good. We have to check up in there. So let me I'm gonna take you guys off the tripod. You're gonna come with me here. Where did I put the light? Now the trunk pan's gonna bend a little bit, but look, that all looks real good. On the edge here, it's not conforming exactly there, but that should weld, should be okay. Oops, sorry. Yep, that's all good. All right, we got to check the other side. A little worried about that right there. The wave isn't matching the wave of the original rear pan. But we press that down and hammer it in position and then seam seal it, it should be fine. As long as this thing is centered, like what I'm really looking for is that it's parallel to the seam, to this wave line in the rear pan, and that all of the holes that I drilled are on the flange right there. And that seems to be okay. All right, dudes. Let's start getting those self-tappers in position. One meta glasses for live streams, that's actually a pretty good idea, dude. The garage, I don't know, 30 by 40. Go over it again with a flap disc, then wipe with acetone. Those are not clean. What do you mean not clean? Of course they're clean. There's just dust on them, dude. I'll wipe them off now. Acetone. Isotoners. Can we see one EJ for scale? Stop staring at my butt. It's weird. Okay. I wasn't. Yes, you were. Weirdo. All right. All right, it's actually starting to get warm in here. Yeah, Meta glasses, dude, that might work, but I don't want to give any more money to Mark Zuckerberg. That's the thing. Like, I don't want to do that. I didn't do that until you asked. Oh, all right, sorry. It's actually colder. It's colder in my office than it is in the shop. It's usually the reverse. Well, that's the power of clean burning propane, boy. All right. So was I close with the lengths of EJs? No. I'm 6'4". If it was 10 EJs, it'd be 65 feet. No. It's a big garage, dude, but yeah, I don't know what the size is. It's pretty big. You could fit 2 cars in here. I've done it. Damn, you're a tall melon farmer? Yeah, man. I'm telling you, dude, football player. Played a lot of football. Brought up on that damn American diet of red meat all day. Red meat and potatoes, boy. I mean, yeah, dude, I'm a pretty big guy. And I'm not saying to like brag or anything, dude. It is what it is. All right. So let's finalize getting this thing centered. I want to get the pan aligned on the long axis of the car. Make sure it's perfectly straight before we start putting self-tappers in this thing. I can't fit in a Miata. If I sit in an NA Miata, the windshield is right here. That's the case for most cars, actually. Hey, animal. I can fit in this car. This ain't no problem. I can fit in this thing, farm. But yeah, most cars really aren't built around somebody as big as I am, dude. Like even in like a new F-150, dude, if I sit up straight, the ceiling is like right here. I have to like slouch over to see down the road, man. In the Fusion, if I sit up straight, the top of the windshield is right here. My eyes are like in the roof. I'm looking at the sun visor. All right, let's go. All right, so let's make sure we're nice and centered. I'm using the outer tabs on the trunk cross member, this piece, to make sure that we're nice and aligned. And then I'm using what's left of the wheelhouses to make sure that we're straight. And then what we do is we clamp. Actually, we could probably get away with clamping the very back of this. This side that I bent is going to be a little bit difficult to get at, dudes, because the bumper bracket's in the way. So here's what we'll do. Clamp that down right there. I'm just gonna take some final looks at this thing. Because once we start drilling the self-tappers, the pan isn't moving. If I put a self-tapper in right here, it's not moving. It is where it is. Now we do have 1/8 inch tolerance, which is about 6 millimeter on either side, give or take. It would be 6.3 mil on either side tolerance. So as long as it's pretty damn close, we're fine. They made these cars with loose tolerances on them on purpose. Don't you have a center line marked on the bumper bracket? I'm using the filler neck hole. The filler neck hole and the recess on the trunk pin to get us aligned. I want to make sure we clamp in the exact same spot on this side. All right, good, good. Good. Good, man. This is looking real good. All right, so what I'll do now is we'll pull the bumper brackets because I want to clamp the pan on the end. What I'm gonna do real quick, I'm gonna check inside again, just looking at the holes, but no actual measurements. I can measure it if you want. Let me get my tape measure out. So let's go end of the trunk pan to here, to right at the recess hole right here. That's about 26.5 inches. Sorry, it's in inches. I don't have a metric tape measure. I lost it. 26.5. We're centered. We're centered on the rear cross. Yeah, we're centered on the rear cross member. This gray piece right here. All right, I'm gonna take a couple more measurements here. And get underneath the car. And I'm gonna look at the leaf spring perch and just measure end of the leaf spring perch to the trunk extension flange. It's about 3/4 of an inch. Or about 18 millimeter. Over here, same thing. Good, good, very good. This is all looking real nice under here. It's starting to look like a car again, guys. Curious how he's going to do the quarter panels. Like in the quarters, long story short, the wheelhouse, if you can see it in there, the wheelhouses are made out of 2 spheres like this and they come together in the center. There's a pinch flange where they spot welded them together, right? I'm gonna take one of the outer wheelhouse off because it's gone, it's rusty. We're gonna replace it with a new wheelhouse, right? And then if I put the extension in with the wheelhouse and we mock that all up, I should be able to hang a new quarter panel on it. There's tricks, hold on, the lens is a little bit crusty. There's tricks to doing it, dude. There's a trick to get it right. Yeah, that's a whole nother thing for another day. Long story short, you take the new quarter panel and you put it on top of the old quarter panel, and then you cut your line through both of them while it's hung there, right? And then that makes one singular seam line, and then you take the crappy quarter panel off. We take the good quarter panel off, the crappy quarter panel will fall. Then you put the new quarter panel back on with the seam line, and then you hold it in place, and then you just weld the seam down the whole thing. That's gonna be a lot of work, but it's gonna be fun. Okay, this thing is as centered as it's going to be. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna do 4 self-tappers. I'm gonna do the center holes first. So 1, 2, 3, and then 4 up there. First one goes in right here. So I have a drill, and what we're gonna do is self-tap every other hole. So once again, a self-tapper is a screw with a little drill bit fluted onto the front. You can get them to hold stuff in place. Gotta plug it in first, dickhead. So the self-tapper, the flange, the head of the screw on the self-tapper is a little bit bigger than the holes that I drilled. So it'll hold it in position. Now that trunk pan isn't moving. We can take the clamps off. That one self-tapper will hold this whole thing in, but that's not exactly what I want. I'm gonna start by doing this one. We just did that one. And then I'm gonna do 2 there, 2 there. I'm gonna do the holes that are cut down the center line, and then we'll slowly move out on either side. So the next one will go right here. That one's not going. There it is. Did I make it through? Yep, we did. The trunk cross member was starting to bend a little bit because I was pushing down on it, but that's okay. It adhered. Now let's get the center one. Okay. Now I'm gonna go in the car and we're gonna get one up on the top of the up there. Is it tight? Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, it made it. It's down, dude. This is practically, these are basically flat. That whole thing is flat on. It just pushed down the cross member a little bit. But that's why I did this one up front first, so it won't bend any of the frame rails or anything, dude. Now I'm gonna go in the car and we're gonna do one on the front of the center line here. Freaking wires, man. Okay. The drill is having a little bit of trouble fitting in there, but that's okay. All right, sweet. So now I'll leave the clamps on just to make sure that this thing is like completely in place, but what we'll do is I'll start working my way out. So we have the center one, we're gonna skip 2 holes, and then we're gonna self-tapper these ones. So we'll do one here, we'll do one there, and then same deal, and we'll get the front, the center, and the back of this thing perfect. And then we'll start going down the frame rails to make sure those are right. Yeah, baby. Did he weld the nuts in the frame rail? I did, Couchy. Yeah. Yeah, I did. They're in place. Yeah, you're talking about the ones that hold the bumper bracket. Yeah, here, look. See? Yep. Good call. I forgot to mention that. I did weld them on both sides. We're good. Yeah, if I didn't, that would have been a big thing. That would have been a big problem. Now, when we go to weld these things, when we go to weld them back in, like once I get all the welds done, we'll start undoing all the self-tappers. And then when we undo all the self-tappers, there is going to be a hole through, but the plug weld should fill up the hole that was left by these things. And by should, I mean it will. All right. Cool. All right, I gotta go do 2 up in the front of the car. Sweet. That looks good. Gotta invest in a cordless drill, dude. No, don't pay me for it. I got it. All right, you guys know the drill. Whoa, ho, ho, caught it. Okay. The reason why I'm starting in the center and moving out is so we can basically, you know, you start at the center, right? And then you move your way out and you slowly get everything into position. Like if I did one over here, you might bind up the metal. It's basically the same reason why you torque something, like you do a torque sequence. Same idea. I just want to give us the best odds of success here. All right, now I gotta go back up in the front of the car again. Put this damn parcel shelf in the way. Oh, Chrysler did. That's right. Okay. Good. Cool. All right. Back to the back. Pocket screws. That's right. Sweet. Okay, all the center cross member stuff is good. So, how should we really do this? We should probably get the center of the frame rails first. And then I gotta do 2 more up on the front. There, so grab this. Drilling my screws till I tap, till I self-tap. Oh, geez. The brain rot. Ow. Brain rot is real. I gotta go around the other side. Okay, let's do one into the frame rail. Right here. Start right there. Ready? go. Same thing on the other side. Nice. Here, I'm gonna see if I can modify or change you guys' view a little bit. I'm gonna try to give you a little bit of an overhead. An overhead view. I like this shot right here. There you go. Can you see a little bit better now? I'm also gonna move the bumper brackets and the two clamps out of here. Perfect, good, good, good. So I got all here, we got all there, and then I have some into the flanges. Here, might be able to get a slightly better. Yeah, now that's the floor. You know what? That's fine where it is. I'll take this clamp off. This is just holding this piece right here in place temporarily. So. Now I'll start on the back over here. I missed. That one was a little tough because it's drilling through the frame rail tabs. Oh, come on. Missed. You missed. I missed too. Go. Okay, now let's get up here like this. Get that one in place. Cool. All right, so how do we want to do this pattern here? I'm thinking. What do you mean you missed? I said across your nose, not up it. This one's going to be a little bit difficult to get at because this is where this thing is a little bit high. Didn't get it. See, this is where these holes are riding a bit high. So, because this is where I bent the trunk pin when I was drilling all the holes through it. Now, in reality, this thing would have been spot welded, so they would have just laid the pan on and just spot welded this sucker. Doesn't help that this thing is, the flange on this is a little weird. There we go. I got it. She's taken. Come on. There it is, Bod Oats. There you go, Bod Oats. Sweet. I got to do that to the other side. Man, I'm starting to sweat, dude. That heater is really doing work. Ooh, that one really went. Sweet. Okay. Cool. All right. One more on the other side. He said moron. All right. Sweet. Cool. Now we just move down the, just move down. I have to do the last couple. The last couple up in there on the back end of this thing. So I'm gonna go in the car, finish that up. What kind of heater? It's a Craftsman propane heater. I'm about to shut it off, dude. I'm sweating like crazy now. It is pretty hot in here. So I'm gonna turn the gas off. Just let it evac all the propane out, boy. There we go. Cool. Wow, it's super quiet in here now. We have Miko, stage separation confirmed. Trunk attachment confirmed. Soft capture, trunk soft capture confirmed. We have engine shutdown. It's actually super toasty in here. That thing will get this place really warm really fast. Of course I dropped it. There we go. Nice. Yeah, once we snug this thing down, it's really gonna stick. Or I could just miss, you know, that works. There's no way it fell into the frame rail hole, but it did. There's a relief hole right there for a vent line, and the self-tapper went into it. So, you know, that's good. That's just in there forever now. Finally. Yeah, that's just gonna live in there forever. Yeah, there's relief holes here. I'm not sure why they're there, but there's a relief hole there. I think that's for the gasoline vent line, if I'm remembering correctly. There wasn't much back here when I started, so it was really kind of hard for me to figure out where everything fits. I think that's what took the majority of time for this, to get this stupid thing in place. I gotta get in the car. Okay. I gotta do this lefty. Got it. Yep. No, this one just doesn't want to grab. It's because there's a hole. When I was drilling spot welds, there's a hole here. Why won't you take? Come on, man, it's the last one. It's the last one on the front lip. It doesn't want to go. This thing, I don't think I got a good pilot hole with it. Either that or it's trying to pick up on the spot weld hole. Oh, there we go. I got it. Damn, that sucked. Cool. Now I'll get the top of the frame rails up here. Top of the frame rail flanges. Should be able to get those here. Those shouldn't be as hard. Except the speakers. The really nice Japanese 6x9s that are up here. Might get in the way. Chad, you want to pass me more self-tappers? Please? I need more. I need 2 more. Chad? Hey, come on, focus. No? You're gonna make me get out of the car? Fine. Jeez. Fine, just make me do all the work. Whatever. I only need a couple more. I need 2 more. Cool. It's 4 a.m. wiring in the garage. Trunk paint ain't gonna weld itself, homie. You totally could have stretched. I don't think so. I gotta go around to the other side. Okay, that's all of them for up there. Now we just got to do the frame rails. Hang on. Just taking a second, checking chat. You are unhinged at the moment? What are you guys doing? Oh, Mutter, they fixed defib. Oh, thank God. All right, no KSP today. KSP we'll do KSP whenever this is done. So Warhammer, what I'm gonna do is I wanna finish this. Let's get that thing whaled on, let's get it in there. We're actually making good progress here. What I'm going to do is whatever time we cut into KSP, we'll switch to KSP and we'll cut into Space News. There isn't much right now. Like I said, just New Glenn landing, which is amazing. OLM getting disassembled. OLM 1 getting disassembled. OLM 2 almost ready to go. There's the SQD arm. There's a couple of things here and there. We could talk about that while we're playing KSP. And whatever happens, we're gonna get 8 hours of KSP, or at least 6 to 8 hours of KSP in today. Whatever happens, I want to play Kerbal. I want to get those moon pallets up and running. Great, love the setup. Thanks, Topsta. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I want to play KSP. We played Anno for 8 hours yesterday. Let's play KSP for that today. Should be able to get that done. Freaking moth up there. Jeez. All right, so we got to go down these. I'm gonna start at the center and work my way out. We have enough in here that, actually, you know what, let's just go, let's alternate, let's complete the torque sequence, so to speak. Hey, you gotta actually put the thing in there. That's what she said. Turn it back. So like I said, I'm alternating every other. I mean, I was handing them to him, but your arms aren't, yeah, your arms aren't 1,100 miles long. Okay. That's a little bit of a me problem, huh? It's all right. Why are you being this way, self-tapping screw? Jeepers. That one really put up a fight. There must have been weld there. That must have been one of the parts where I patched with the welder. Because the sheet metal ones should go through like that. Don't ride around, man. I said don't do that. All right. Let's see if we can get it. There we go. Once again, I'm going every other weld hole back and forth. Nice. Could probably drive it around like this. No. Not yet. Slippery rascal. The angle made it slip. Yeah. That's all right. Drill bit has to stay in the chuck, idiot. Come on, you. Go slow. There we go. That one was in a little bit of a dick. Weld. This one's going through weld. It's a place where I patched the frame rail. There we go, finally went. Yeah, it takes a little bit more of the RPMs. The RPMs on the drill to do this. Where are your safety glasses? They're on the desk over there. Here, there you go. If you're wondering why the drill sounds like it's farting, going, it's because I have the torque setting low on the drill, so we don't strip a screw when we put these self-tappers in. So you gotta make sure you don't step on the cord and unplug the thing. Now, with the safety glasses on, I am invulnerable. We are impervious to shrapnel at this point. We're not impervious to shrapnel. A little fancy. I've had 3 classic minis in your time. One was a donor car, though. Yeah. Top step, I'll be honest with you, this car should be a donor car. It should have been a donor car for a coupe, but that would have been $10,000 more expensive than, that would have been $10,000 more expensive. Yeah, that's the end of the thing. It would have been $10,000 more expensive to do that. Now granted, a nice coupe shell with no rust on it probably goes for 20, so probably would have recouped your investment, but probably would have recouped our investment now that I'm thinking about it. But the thing is, you got to learn how to do it sometime, and this is a good way to learn on a car that nobody cares about. I've spoken volumes to this, and that goes into like messing with project cars and having cars as a whole. If you want to get into working on these things, first car should really be a crap box. Don't buy something nice for your first car if you can afford it. Buy a crap box. It's easier. If you screw up, it's not that big of a deal. The one thing you don't screw around with though when you have a new car, or like if you're working on an old car, don't screw around with the brakes unless you know exactly what you're doing. If you can't figure it out, get somebody that does or take it to a shop. Because going fast is nice, but going fast means nothing if you can't stop. Hey Shannon, a trunk, that's right. That's right, we're almost done. I'm almost done with the whole back of this freaking car. I mean, we do have to work on the rear tail panel after this, and that's gonna be its own fun. But this is a huge milestone. I'm only 3 or 4 months behind, whatever. Yeah, hence why you bought minis when they're cheap. Yeah, exactly. Classic minis are expensive now. Can you believe that? Almost done, just gotta do forward parts and the leaf spring perches, and then we're good. This thing actually ended up sitting real nice. It ended up sitting real nice to this thing. I'm actually pretty happy. Yeah, this adhered pretty damn well. Actually, pretty psyched on this. All that time taking the time to measure it and make sure it was right really paid off. And I'm happy I redid it, dudes. We probably could have gotten away with it with the leaf spring perch being a little bent. The self tappers probably would have pulled it into position, but then it would have been under stress. Like, metal is elastic. It always, like, if it was like cold rolled in a flat shape and you bend it, it's gonna want to go back to that flat shape to an extent. It always bends a little bit, right? So, you know, you don't want bends in this, because if you weld the metal in when it's bent, it's gonna have some elasticity, and that elasticity will be transferred to chassis flex when the car is driving around. It'll make it handle like poo-poo. That's the thing. This is a unibody car. It's unibody. Every bit of sheet metal carries structure in some way, shape, or form, because there's no frame. So everything has to be perfect, or else it's not gonna carry the load correctly. And it would have been stiffer on one side, exactly, because that elastic metal would have been acting like a spring. Exactly. Should have kept him, but I used to drive like a go-kart around the country lanes. Oh yeah, dude. If you're going through like a back hedgerow, I've seen that, dude. Top Gear is what kind of showed me that. You can really have some fun driving through the hedgerows or on the country roads. There's some really great driving roads in the UK, dude. I mean, there's good ones here too, but the best ones are the ones nobody talks about. Like, you're not gonna see it on TV and stuff. Do you have any pics of what it looked like when you got it? Oh yeah, Terminator, I've been documenting this. I take a picture after every episode we do progress. I'll try to post those on an album or something. Yeah, I'll try to put them in an album or something. Roads in Mexico are always fun. Yeah, I've been told. Never been there. You know, like, you know, the more I'm thinking about it, like I said as a joke a second ago, like, oh, we could drive this around right now. I'll bet you we could. I bet you the self-tappers will hold it, but the question is how long. Yeah, this all fit real good. I don't think there's any spring in the trunk pan. They're all really, really close within tolerance, guys. Yeah, real close. Real close. Run, Jet, run! Two more back here, and then I gotta get actually in the car again. Now I got to do these on the back, in the back parts, like those ones up there. Are we there yet? No, we haven't even started. Car isn't even moving. Getting those ones up there is gonna suck. I might have to get in, but here, let's take a look. I want to see if this thing is rigid. Does it move? Nope. 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 There's no flex at this in this at all. There's not. It does not move. That's perfect. Doesn't move. Hell yeah. That's a really good sign. No flexing. Nothing. No flexing, chat. We don't want flexing. We don't flex here. Oh man, I'm dripping sweat. Whew. Dude, that thing is super solid. That's awesome. It's really cool seeing the fruits of the labor, man. This was a lot of work, but you know, that's why we did it. We wanted to see. All right, let's get in here and see if we can get the rest of these. Shouldn't be much longer now until we get the welder out. So says the guy that flexes about his BF6 scores. It's not that I'm flexing, it's that top fragging is important to me, okay? I had a messed up childhood, mother, okay? Not on the family front. I had a messed up childhood because most of my childhood was playing Battlefield. I've been terminally online since like 2002, okay? Okay, man. It's not my fault. Oh yeah? How many defib kills do you get? Which Battlefield? I killed people all the time with the defibrillators in BF2. In fact, in BF2, 20 years ago, nice. In BF2, I used that more than a knife. But see, in Battlefield 6, you have to charge it. You have to charge the defib if you're gonna kill somebody. If you wanna mess somebody up with it, you gotta scream. So it makes it kinda hard to do. I've never done it. Not yet, at least. Back to the other side. Knife kills are satisfying. My thing about knife kills, it does that like animation. It does like a whole animation of you knifing the person, etc., etc. That's really cool, all fine and dandy. That wastes time. That wastes time, in my opinion. Well, not in my opinion. It does waste time. That's a fact. Waste time, dude. I don't like doing it because it wastes time. And the time it takes to do that knife, you could have shot somebody else. And somebody else is coming because it's Battlefield and it's a freaking meat grinder. That's why I just prefer to just one tap and call it a day. This is all in Battlefield, by the way. Sorry, I'm just trying to pass some time. There's only so many times you can talk about drilling a hole correctly. A couple more. Lost it. Crap. That's tough. slippery rascal. There we go. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 more on this side. And then not much more on the other. He said more on. This is absolutely killing my back. Okay. Oh, these ones, as it goes up and over the wheel hump, these ones are going to be a little bit difficult to get right. This one is being a little... Okay, let's try to... This one's being a pain in the butt. Here, I'm gonna move you guys over to this side. It's as this thing goes up and over, it's getting a little bit harder to get those screws in. Yeah. I'm really in a position where I can't get a lot of torque on this thing. I can't get a good hold on it. But we'll do it. We'll get it. Oh, there we go. Man, that was a weird one. Sorry for the hard breathing. This is a weird spot, man. Get in there. Oh, man. There we go. All right. A couple more on the other side. 4 more. Almost done. That one took right away. Jeez. I'll move you guys back over here so you can see. Just got a couple more up in there. Three more. Two more. Okay, last one. This sucks. This isn't fun, but whatever, it's gonna be worth it. Okay. All right. Here we go. Wow. I am sweating my balls off. Whew. Dude, this thing is, that thing is super stiff now. The only real play that we have is up and down, just a little bit. That thing is solid. Wow, that's awesome. That ended up fitting really well. I'm really happy with that. It is perfect. It is perfectly centered. And there wasn't many spots that had elasticity in it. There's a little bit on the roll where it rolls up, like where it goes up and over the axle. But yeah, for the most part, dude, every hole that we did not plug or we didn't put a self-tapper through is perfectly flush. There's very few exceptions. There's a little bit of play over here, just a little bit. There's a little bit right there, but that is acknowledged behavior. If you look, no, that's not gonna work. Here, this will show it. See how it goes down a little bit? This one. That is because that bracket that's right here came from the factory like this. But that we knew about that. Everything else that we intended to be flush is perfectly flush. There's a little teeny weeny bit right there. Other than that, frame rails, perfect. Okay. Dude, that's huge, huge. That's huge, man. You may want to double check level since you laid it on. Not a comment about your weight, you're just big. Yeah, I can do that, sure. Now would be a good time to do it before we burn anything in. Where's one of my levels? So we'll start with a small level. Now, we had a little bit of play left to right here, but it was for the most part dead on. Hang on, picture's coming back. You can focus anytime now. Yeah, that's pretty right, dude. Here, I'll check it in the center. Like I said, it's a little teeny weeny bit within tolerance to this side, just a smidge, but for the most part, that thing is dead center. What color are you gonna paint the inside of the trunk? I have no idea, dude. I don't know. I don't know, dude. Maybe just keep it black. I mean, this is not paint. This is electro-coated primer to make sure that the part doesn't rust. You can paint this. You'd have to scuff it a little bit, but you can paint it. I'll probably just... So from the factory, this would have been the color of the car. So it would have been this blue. See that blue right there and that blue? This is B3 blue. It's medium blue metallic. That's the paint code from, or the paint name from Mopar. Yeah, it would be from factory blue. Maybe if I have the car painted or if we do paint it, I'll paint it, but. Petrie, what's up, man? It feels strange to watch EJ working though. I need to jump through the screen and help. It's gonna be better than factory, yeah. Go with a blue or a black, yeah. Wrap it? No, not, wrap it. No. Not the trunk pan, dude. Guys, I'll probably just go in here with some VHT chassis paint and just paint over the primer. seal this thing up good. The bottom side, I'm gonna undercoat the balls out of it, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna undercoat everything. Yeah, yeah. I do not want to do this again, on this car at least, for a long time. You know, if we do a stream 50 years down the road where I'm fixing this on stream, that would be sick, you know? And we have it shipped to Mars and I'm driving it around on Mars or something. Better for the joints, you know? All right, I'm gonna take a water break real quick, grab some water. How about red to dark with the dark blue on the outside? Dude, this car looks really sharp in B3 blue. But, you know, Stuart, Chrysler's B5 blue, you guys want to look that up? B5 blue is actually very similar to NASA blue. It's really close. It's a little bit darker than NASA blue, but it's real close to NASA blue. What color are we painting the rust? Oh, there ain't gonna be no rust on this thing when I'm done. There's gonna be nothing on this. All right, I gotta go through and just vacuum up all the metal shavings from the self-tappers because I'm gonna have to get in the trunk to weld this bad boy. Yeah. Man. Dude, even with self-tappers in there, that's so cool, dude. I'm really, huge W. Huge W right there. Man, that's awesome. Wipe it down again with acetone. Eastwood has the car's stock color. Yeah, Chrysler, it's B3, Chrysler B3 blue. That didn't cache that link correctly, dude. Oh. There it is. Oh yeah, if Eastwood has it, man. I mean, dude, I have a paint gun and I have a block sander over there. They're good. They're really nice tools. And I have a media blaster too. So check this out. I have a Binks HVLP. It just spit out some acetone. And then I have a Hutchins block sander. Yeah, this is an M1G HVLP sprayer. This is made here. It's made in the USA. This is a pretty nice spray gun. But the problem is, I know how to rattle can. I don't know how to do this. I would need help, especially if I'm gonna do a paint job on this. I would need a body guy. I would need somebody that knows how to do this. I do have a blaster. Yeah, I have a sandblaster. Yeah, it's over here. It's a media blaster. It's a Matco media blaster, see? Driving around on Mars, will you do a fusion engine swap? I think we might have to, yeah. Learning how to mix the paint is half the battle. That's the part I have no idea how to do. Not to say that we couldn't learn, but I would need somebody here to teach me that. I mean, well, not really. I could just learn by doing it. We could do that. But prep is the big thing. Now that I know, because that transfers over from working with the rattle can. But I don't know, dude. I like B5, but B3 is better. I like the sky blue. This car looks really nice in sky blue. It really does. PPG series, with PPG paints, you don't have to scuff the base. It's pretty easy. It's all metered out. Cool. All right. I don't know. Are we gonna spray in here? I don't think this is a good paint booth. I wonder how much. I wonder how much those like inflatable booths are. I could put an inflatable out there. But then where am I putting the inflatable booth when we're not using it? you know? You would spend time putting up a lot of plastic. Yeah. Yeah. Your garage could be a fine paint booth, dude. I'd have to clean up, dude. We'd have to cover everything, man. But whatever. Let's focus on the task at hand. This thing is in. It is. There are some holes. There's one or two holes that I didn't get exactly centered, and then there's one over there with clearance problems. But that's because of the bad bracket. We knew about that. That's fine. I knew about the holes that are a little off center. Yeah, man. I'm just like, it's amazing. Like, okay, here's some just word on good analysis. I'll get the welder out in a second. I'm just finishing up drinking water. The trunk is gonna hold a lot of junk. That's right, Ewok. What's crazy to me is how stiff this thing actually just got. When the frame rail's just kind of hanging there, you can move it left to right about an inch. This thing, with all the self-tappers in it, is not moving. You only get a little bit of up and down movement with it, but the reason why you're getting up and down movement with it is because it's not connected to the top of the car. Other than that, man, this thing is diesel. It is not, it's strong. That thing is not going anywhere. All right, let me get the vacuum out. I'm just gonna clean up all the metal shavings and Hellfish. I don't think I have any acetone left. I used it for taking paint off of the 97. I do have brake clean though. Brake clean will work. Yeah, we got plenty of that. That has acetone in it. Do not use brake clean in all caps. All right. All right. We could have it your way, Dr. Venkman. Vacuum time. I'm just trying to get all the metal shavings out, because if I have to reach in here with the welder, I don't want to put your arm down and cut it on the metal, and it will cut your arm. Believe me, I know. Oh, that vacuum is really heavy. Most of the car is inside of it, that's why. Yeah, there's probably about 20 pounds of rust in that shop vac. I should probably clean it. You should probably empty it, but whatever. See, nice and clean. This is just a microfiber. It's a dirty microfiber, so you dirty microfiber. So, Element, you were saying, you know, like if I get in the pan, if we get in here to weld, I probably shouldn't put my whole weight on it. I'm thinking maybe put some jack stands underneath when we're doing the welding so we don't bend it. So we don't weld it in place bent down. Put some stands underneath, which would have been nice to do. The stands would have been nice if, you know, if there was a back of the car to put the stand on. You couldn't, the reason why I didn't put them in there in the first place, and the reason why there's not 2 stands right here is because there was no car. There was no car back there. I was thinking a PR3 or PR4 for the trunk, and the car interior, well, B3 for a white trim on the outside. I don't know, man, maybe. So the thing is, Stuart, those are all good ideas. I don't hate those ideas. Where I'm at is I want to, I'd like to make it, I want to make the car look stock from the outside. I want to make it look, the only tell that you'll know what this car is from the outside is the wheels. I'm gonna put slightly bigger than factory wheels on it. I'm gonna put 15 by 8s instead of the 14 by 5 or something. That's the only tell. But even then, the rims that I want for this car are going to be a Chrysler. It's gonna look like a Chrysler steel rim, like this. It's gonna look like this. Whoa, why did that get so choppy all of a sudden? It's gonna look like this, but it's wider. It's gonna look exactly like the steel, but it's gonna be a little bit wider. Am I still in sync? It's tired, yeah. Are we still, everything's still synchronized? What's up, LS? You have an old piece of cardboard? If so, I'd take some of the paint. Yeah, do a swatch on it. Yeah, 5 by 5. So yeah, I want, Stuart, I'd want the outside, even the rims. So Chrysler, for like premium trim and RT cars and stuff, they had a Steely that was painted the same color. So that Steely was black because it had a hubcap on it, because black paint is cheap, still is. But the higher levels, so 500 is a mid-level trim. So there's base, 440, 500, RT, Super B. There's 5 trim packages for this car. The RT and the Super B could either come with Cragar mags or the Chrysler equivalent of a mag. They're called mags, it's just nice rims. Or they came with a painted Steely with a center cap. I want the painted Steely with the center cap. And so to make it look, you know, like it's, you know, it could have came from Chrysler. Like this car could have came from it, and then you pop the hood and obviously not. That's what I want. It'll look basically like the stock rims, and they're gonna be painted, I want them painted B3, B3 blue, right? So we want the rims painted, and I want the car painted the same color. I want it to look stock. I want it to look like it you know, came from Chrysler. That's really what I'm going for. So all those other colors would be sick, but that's not the vibe that I want. I want this car to be indistinguishable. Well, not indistinguishable. Like, I want the car to look like if you're passing by this car in an auto show and you know a little bit about Mopars, you're gonna look at it and be like, what the hell's that? That's weird. What the hell's this car about? Why did somebody restore a crappy sedan? What the hell are they doing? That's what I want. I want people to look at this and be like, what the hell? What did you do to this car? In a good way though, not in a bad way. It's not a sleeper, X-Wing. Yeah, I mean, dude, what I want to do with the motor is make about 400 horse with that Gen 3 Hemi outside. That's easily doable. It's easy to do that with that motor. And you could push, Chrysler themselves pushes that motor architecture out. I mean, they punch them out to 6.2 and 6.2 and 6.4, and they supercharge it, and it gives it 700 horsepower. Like, we could build that motor, and we could build it nice. We could do some top end work to that motor and make 400 horse. I don't want it to be like super fast, because dude, okay, summer car. You're driving the Ferndale down the road. What happens 70, 80 miles an hour? 80, 90 miles an hour, it starts doing this. The car starts rocking back and forth because the gas tank does the opposite of a diffuser in this design, and it lifts the back of the car up. That's just the way the aero is kind of working here. It'd be cool to put this thing in a wind tunnel eventually, see its coefficient of drag and stuff. But yeah, I don't want to make it easy to go like 100 miles an hour in this. You could, but I don't want to do that. Like, just a car that's pretty good. It gets up and goes if you need it, but it's a fun car to drive around, and you could drive it wherever. Like, I want to make it so you could drive it to the Cape or to Brownsville. See where I'm going with this? What rear end gear is in it? I have no idea. It's an 8 1/4 rear end. The tags are gone. Unless there's a stamp mark on an 8 1/4 rear end, I have no idea. It's some highway gear. It has to be. I want 400 horsepower. I don't want it easy to go 100. Yeah, I know. I mean, guys, to be honest with you, I'll probably put like, I think Mopar makes a 320, 323 rear end. A 323 with limited slip would be perfect for this. I want it to get good fuel economy on the highway. Like, what's good fuel economy for a car from the 60s with a truck motor from the 2000s in it? 20, 25 miles to the gallon would be fine. That would be perfect. All right. Yeah, that's why I want a tall rear end. I don't want a 270, like a 320 or something, not a 370 or 410 or something like that. I mean, 370s and 410s are Ford, but you get the idea. Will you paint match the Steelies? Yes, Dean. Yes. Here, I found a picture of a Coronet at the auto show. At an auto show I went to a couple of weeks ago. That was way out in Western Mass, and I used it to get a ton of reference. I'm gonna be a little bit old school. That right there, that is what I'm looking for. Only not green. I want it blue. But see that rim with that center cap, with that tire, that stance, just like that. That is a Coronet RT with a 383 in it. It was a 68 RT, I think. But that's the exact stance that I want. See how that tire sits in there? That's perfect. And I have the tires already. The tires are over there. They're stacked over on the other side of the car. They're 275/60 R15s. You can fit 295s in this thing stock because it's a car from the 60s. So I got 275/60 R15, pretty mild tire. We're running a 15x8 rim. It's not going to be that much wider than a stock tire, so you don't have to go screwing around with the speedometer or anything. Yeah. I mean, actually, now that I'm really thinking about it, it pretty much is a sleeper. If we want 400 horse, that's a sleep. Yeah, it would be a sleeper. But I'm not going to drive this car fast, dude. It's a car from the 60s. You crash it, you're dead. Like, I'll put the safety measures in. I want lap belts. I want lap belts. We're going to put better brakes in this thing. Dude, if this thing goes into a ditch at 80 miles an hour, you're done. I understand this. I know the physics behind this. So I'm not going to go crazy with it. Now, if it's in a parking lot with nobody around, legally, and we have permission from the property owner to drive it around, maybe we'll have some fun with it. Maybe we'll autocross with it. I don't know. Exactly, X-Wing. Yep. The way I see it, dude, modern cars, like a Camry or an Accord, even an Accord nowadays makes 300, it has 370 horse. An Accord, front wheel drive with a V6, 370 freaking horsepower. Like, all right. Oh yeah, fitment's still good. Perfect. Nice. It's, you know, that's, then 500 horsepower Coronet it is. Can you imagine? 400 horse would be more than what came in a, well, okay. The highest horsepower package from Coronets in 69 would have been a Hemi, a Super Bee, or an RT with a Hemi in it. The Hemi made 425 horse and 425 foot-pounds of torque. It was 425, 425 across the board. That was out of like a I think it was like a 6.4 liter Hemi or something, 426 cubic inches. So that's more than that. That's like a 7 liter engine. 7 liter engine to make 425 horse. And you could tune them for more. With the Gen 3 Hemi, which is a 5.7, we can make 400 horsepower easy. With fuel injection and port fuel injection and stuff, yeah, we can make that pretty easily. Rarest, I'm still here, just finishing up washing dishes. There you go. Yeah, Dean, it's gonna look good. And maybe if we can get, you know, a monoleaf for the back and then lower the torsion bars in the front, just lower it just a smidge. I don't want this thing on its face on the ground. I don't want any of that. Just maybe like a half-inch drop or something. Heck, stock ride height might be fine, you know? Supposedly. Yeah, it was probably more like 600 Demon Hat, but yeah. The cool thing is that you can put chassis stiffeners in this. They make them. You can make a chassis stiffening kit. So we redid this. This thing's gonna be way stronger because we plug welded it. If we plug weld it and then put the stiffening kit and the torque boxes in, this thing, yeah, it'll handle 400 horse, no flex, it'll be fine. Anyway, all right, let's do some more, let's get back to work. We'll do more inspection here. What I wanna do now is I wanna go underneath and I wanna just check clearances all around with this thing. Yeah, make sure everything is copacetic under here before we burn this thing. Let's just check the measurements again too. When roll cage build, I don't think this car needs a cage, dude, but that'd be cool. It's not that type of car though. It's not a dragster. But if we did take it to the track, I mean, NHRA rules on an NHRA sanctioned track, if we go below 10 with no cage, they'll kick us out. At least I think it's 10. Is it 10, dudes? It's 10. I want this car to 26.5, that's right. I want this car to do about, I don't know, I'm thinking like a 12-second quarter would be fine. 26.5. We're good. She's straight. Hey, Methane, what's up, dude? You still need a cage just for the cool factor? Nah. It's a sedan, dude. Why are we gonna put a cage in it? It's already stiff. That's just not the type of build I'm going for, Dean. Got home. How are we getting on? Everything is screwed down, Couchy. We probably did about 120 self-tappers in this thing. Look, dude, look at how strong it is now. That's awesome. All right, let me get my light, and we're gonna go underneath, and we're gonna see how good it is under here. We're gonna check for clearances and stuff. The clearances that we've now checked over the last 5 months, like thousands of freaking times, dude. Here, put the light down there. Yeah, hold on. We might lose the signal. There we go. Okay. Yeah, baby. That's perfect. Perfect. Oh, look at that. That's great. There's a little bit of a recess right there, but that's all right. You can see the red lines that I drew. I drew red lines to mark where to drill the holes for the tappers. And we are pretty much perfect with them. Looking over here. Perfect. Oh, that's nice. That's real nice. How about out here? Yeah, we are perfectly on the lines. Look at that. That's great, man. How about up in there? Yeah. Yeah. My line was a little bit off, but that's because of the marker. The self-tappers still all came in perfectly. In there, good. Up there, good. Good. Out back, that's all fine. What about over here? Let's check up in there. How's that look? Oh yeah, we're good. We are on my lines. That's perfect, man. Look at that, dude. Holy crap. That thing is real good. Now, once again, there's a little bit of a clearance right there. You see how you can see a shadow through that hole? See it? Shadow up there. That's known, no, we knew about that. It's because this bracket is teed, but that's okay. It ain't no thing. Oh, that's mint. Dude, look at this thing. I'm so happy. That's awesome. Straps look good, everything looks good. Up there, the pan and the lip, all the self-tappers are going through the right spots.
They're having issues lifting it, so even when they get it lifted, it's going to be such a long time.
It looks like, per my lines, that the pan might be like 1 or 2 millimeter to the left of you guys. See how that line isn't exact? It's pretty damn close, but it's not exact. Ignore those red lines right there. Those ones were from a previous mark. So it looks like the front of the pan is going that way, or it's, sorry, didn't mean to shine the light in your eyes. It's going that way just a little bit. Up at the top though, that's no big deal. Easy fix. I mean, well, not even an easy fix. We could just, it's not a problem. We're off by maybe a millimeter, maybe. Well within 6 mil tolerance. She's good, man. She's real good. This looks great. How about up in there? Yep. Everything looks good. That looks like it belongs, amigo. Dang, man, I kind of want to put the gas tank in just to see everything come together. But yeah, we'll do that later, one thing at a time. It'll probably hit the gas tank will probably hit the self-tappers anyway. These old Monroes are probably a little, yeah, I'd say those shocks are done. It should rebound. Yeah, I'd say those shocks are toast. Nice Monroes, though. That's the fuel line. Yeah, that's the fuel line that goes to the front of the car. Sweet. I'm happy. You guys like it? I'm gonna, now that the trunk pan's in, you know, if you're seeing some clearance problems with the wheel wells, I'm gonna re-weld those back up when we patch them and fix them. That's pretty good, man. Pretty good. All right. You guys see anything weird? I didn't see anything weird. That looked fine to me. That's what clamps in the body hammer are for. Come on, get down with the shock tower. No, that's not a shock tower. All right. You're not in the main frame, so no, I didn't see anything weird. Nice. No one saw that comment coming. Looks dead on. Yep. would you just look at it? Here. I read up on the Eagle head swap. It isn't too bad. Yeah, man. Yeah, dude. Dude, the thing makes 345 out of the box. If we can't squeeze 70 horsepower out of that thing, 70 more horsepower out of that thing, we got a problem. Like, that's an R problem, not an engine problem, you know? All right. This is the point of no return, dudes. Once it's in, it's in. I'm not going to take it out unless I really screw something up. I'm just going to really run through my head real quick just to make sure. Is there anything that I'm forgetting? I undercoated the inside of the frame rail channels. Those are all set. There's one self-tapper in the damn frame rail where I dropped it through the hole. Is there anything else that we need to do that would be easier with the trunk pan out? I really don't think so. Your dad's S5 makes around 420 with a cam and bolt-ons. Add timing, increase injector duration, 400 horse, yep. Leaf spring stuff. Think thrice, weld once. That's right, Renee, yeah. The spring mounts are aligned. I need new bushings to put them in, but yeah. It's all aligned, like it's there. I checked them last night. I suppose we'll check them again. I mean, I have the leaf springs pretty much up in place. Now the rear end is on stands, so it's one direction. When I jacked the rear end up, it kind of moved a little bit, but that's okay. Yeah, with some shackles, that'll work. That one's good. That one's pretty much dead on. Yeah, they're in position, dude. It's perfect. Like so because I have the rear end up on jack stands with no back connected to it, the rear end's kind of this way a little bit. It's just a smidge. It's not a lot, like maybe that much, like 1/8 of an inch at best. When I bring the leaf spring down to we have to make new shackles. I got to make them. But when we go to do that, yeah, it'll just knock everything back in. Because sometimes the leaf springs do this, right? When they're undone, sometimes they bow a little bit. To be honest, guys, those leaf springs are probably shot. They're the original leaf springs. Those were the original bushings that I pulled out of this thing. Like, they've seen better days. Let me put it to you like that. So, unfortunately, I broke a bolt, so I had to cut one shackle, but here, this is what the shackle should look like. I'm not putting that back on the car. We're not putting this back on the car. I'll make new ones. You can't buy them. You can only buy Hotchkiss ones that are 120 bucks a pop. I'll make my own out of flat stock. That's fine. That's the bushing. Look at the edge of the bushing. That's really the dead giveaway. No one's ever had this off. 56 years. Look at the nut. The nut, it has pitting in it. EJ, I was shopping aftermarket shocks, namely Rough Country for a 99 Tahoe. Some specs say 0+2. Does this mean they're good for stock and 2 inches of lift or something else? I'm pretty sure that's what that means. Yeah, this looks like it's been at the bottom of the ocean for some time. Like, this shouldn't be scaled. This should be flat. Like, it shouldn't have texture to it. The leaf springs are worn out, Terminator. We're going to need new ones. Eventually. Eventually, we're going to need new ones. It's not in the budget right now. But you can be dang sure when we put the Hemi in, I'm not going to drive 345 horsepower through those leaves. That's not happening. But what I will do is remake these leaf springs with flat iron. flat iron or flat, well, it's not flat iron. Flat iron is different. This is flat stock. This is 1/4 inch flat stock. That's how thick this was when it was new. And yeah, we could cut it out from there. I'll make new ones. That'll be a whole stream when we go to do that. But making it out of flat stock is going to be, yeah, that'll be just as strong as the stock ones, probably stronger. Remake the shackles. Yes. The shackles, not the leaves. I'm not doing, that's way beyond my technical ability here. Dude, I'll just buy new leaf springs. They make new leaf springs. Easy peasy. It's the shackles you can't find, believe it or not. Okay. We ready to go? I think I can undo the clamps here. Let's get this done. A farm, look at what Element said. He has experience in this stuff. EJ, you ever do a face-to-face time or whatever you call it? What do you mean, Petrie? Like, I mean, yeah, sometimes, like, but that's very rare, dude. I don't really have, I used to do that a lot with viewers, but I don't have a lot of time nowadays. Between streaming and working on this, taking care of my family, etc., etc. I haven't had a lot of time, dude. Oh, dude, that thing, that's awesome. I'm nervous. I'm nervous and I'm procrastinating, aren't I? All right, let's get the welder out and let's do this. Let me move that under there so the welder doesn't drop sparks on it. How much gas do we have in this bad boy? Pull the welder out towards us. Turn on the gas. I got 1,000 PSI. Yeah, we got 1,000 PSI. We should have plenty of gas to do this. How's the Titanator doing? He's doing all right. He's a handful because he still doesn't understand why he can't go outside and play, but this might be obvious, but why not just weld over the top of the head of the self-tappers? What? Ah, Flykin, that's jank, dude. I'm not doing that. No. So, okay. You may have missed this part. So let me zoom in the camera. Let me get you guys close. So look. Every other hole is self-tappered. See how it's every other? It alternates all the way down. That's a note that I left to myself about the leaf spring. I was like, oh, just align it to the pan. No, don't do that. That's why I crossed it out. But see, I did every other one. What we're gonna do, dude, so like, look, if we zap the self-tapper, right? First of all, if this thing is like zinc coated, that's not gonna work. If we zap this, I mean, we could plug weld and just weld over it. That'd be fine. But all you're doing is welding the self-tapper to the pan. You're not welding the self-tapper to the cross member, this piece down here. With this, we drop a welding pool in that one right there. The weld will bond the pan to the cross member, the gray part. See that? So what we're gonna do is I'll zap this and we'll zap every hole that's not covered. And then we take out all the self-tappers once all these are plug welded, and then we just weld the holes where the self-tappers are. We take them out. That is infinitely stronger than just welding over the tappers. You could, if you really wanted to. It depends on how good of a job you want. It depends on how good of a job you want to do. Dude, with this, if I'm driving around in it, if Titan's in it, if Brimo's going to be in it, no, we're doing it right. Now the cool thing is that this was spot welded from the factory. So a spot welder would have came in here and just zap, 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 zap. And we could go get a spot welder from Harbor Freight and probably get away with it. It's just getting these, trying to spot weld these bad boys would be really difficult. There's frame in the way. The plug welds that we're going to do, dropping a pool of metal right here and then adhering to it, that's going to be stronger than the spot weld. This thing is going to be way stronger. Why? Why is it way stronger? Well, with the plug weld, you make the pool goes on the cross member, and then the plug weld basically works like a rivet. If you lay a pool all the way around the outer perimeter of this hole, right, you have the pool that's adhering to the cross member, and then there's a pool on top, and it works, basically rivets it to it. It's going to be extremely strong. This thing is not going to move. That's why I'm so like about putting this thing in. Because once it's in, once we get this done, it would take weeks to get it out. Again, once it's in there, it's going to take probably an hour to put it in. It'll take weeks to get this thing apart if we ever need to do it again. It's way stronger, but in 50 years, it's going to suck to drill it all out again. Can you plug weld only the back holes? No, I'm going to plug weld. Everything is going to get plug welded for structure. It will seam weld. You have to. You can't plug weld the outside of the car. But yeah. So yeah, these are called plug welds or rosette welds. It's basically where I drop a pool of molten metal in this hole, right, and just swirl it around a little bit, and that's it. I'm going to get the welding shield for you guys. We're going to be doing a lot of welding. So I'll get the welding shield. And we'll go from there. You guys are going to enter the matrix, okay? Okay, first thing we gotta do is weld the guard onto this. And now I got to put this on the camera. So this is what I see through the welding mask. Like I said, it looks like you're in the matrix. And this way you guys will be able to see the pool a little bit better. So right now, because this is a jank production, I'm just going to tape this stupid thing into position. Sorry, you guys are going to be looking at the ceiling here for a second. I told you, you're in the matrix. I told you, you're in the Matrix, Bobby. You're in the Matrix. Teddy, I am not in the Matrix. Yeah, you are, Bob. Yeah, you are. You're in the Matrix, Bob. Okay. How's that? Look okay? Yeah, that should be good. Enters welding. I know Kung Fu. Show me. All right. Get the welder, let me get the cutters, grounding strap. Nobody plug welds on the first try. Someone 3D print this man a welder glass mount for the camera. See, I've thought about that, but what I've also thought about is that welding gets really hot. So PLA might not be the best idea there. ABS would probably be better. But yeah, would be nice, but tape works. tape works. Ish. All right, so where are we gonna ground this thing? We have to put a grounding strap to ground out the welder. Okay. Here's what we'll do. I'm gonna plug in the angle grinder with the flap disc real quick. And what I've been doing is grabbing the frame rail channel. Can't do that here, so. There we go. Grounding strap. Oh, it's a little jank there, but that'll do it. Okay, welding helmet. Okay, so we're, this is 16 gauge. Here, come on over here real quick, dudes, before we do that. I'm using a Lincoln 180i with 75/25. So if we look, come on. We're welding 16 gauge steel with 35 thousandths. We need D, voltage D, wire speed 4. Voltage D, wire speed 4. Let's roll. Okay, good. Our first rosette weld of the day. Okay, we have gas. Nope, it's flowing gas. I don't know if you guys heard the noise. All right, put my cutters down here. Mask down. All right, going right here. So what I'm gonna do, oh, did I move you guys? No, you guys are good. What I'm gonna do is we're gonna start on one side, stay at 45 degrees. We're gonna start on one side and we're just gonna basically swirl that thing around. Zero out of 200. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. There you go. Plug weld. See? See how it's swirled around? See how it's swirled around there? The whole thing is, come on you. See? Flykin, take a look. See how it's swirled around the hole? The whole thing is it's clamping that thing down now on top of being stuck to it. So I'm gonna put you guys, well, let's do exactly what we just did. We'll just go back and forth. Start on one hole, do the other one, and just keep going out until we get to the edges. What was the motion pattern that you did on this weld? So I was at 45 degrees like this, and I just, with one hand, I just did this. The other hand just guides, and you just pivot around. You basically, think a soft serve machine. You ever go to an ice cream store, you get the soft serve machine, how they swirl? They do that as the thing's coming out. That exact motion, that same thing. I'm gonna do it again. I'll freaking do it again. Gorse. Good. All right, guys, you guys have seen plug welds. I am putting the camera over here, and I'm just gonna go back and forth because time. The other thing that moving back and forth is doing, guys, is it's keeping the heat under control. If you start introducing too much heat into an area, what is it going to start to do? It's going to start to warp. And if it hits critical mass, it'll burn off. It'll melt. Ablation. Let me get my light. Oh, sorry, I hit the mic. My fault. Bet that smells great. It just smells like burnt. Smells like ozone. Well, not ozone now. It smells like burning because it's burning. It's the paint burning off. Some of the EDP is burning off, but that's normal. This is one of the holes that's a little bit off center. This one's going to be a little bit tough to get at. You might see a little more sparks than normal here. No, that one filled out okay. We're good. Okay. Yeah, I didn't fill the plug all the way. Don't want that. That's good enough. No, don't do that. All right. I'm going to give you guys a high shot because pretty much every other shot from here is going to be hard to have you guys right next to me. So you guys stay up there. So we got the hole back. What I'm going to do is just go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth all the way through the pan. Actually, it might be better to do this in the same order that I did self-tappers. We'll go up there, zap that sucker in up there and go. If I knew you were going to play Battlefield last night, I would have stayed up to play with you. I made it pretty clear. Bro, don't worry, we'll play again tonight after Kerbal. I gotta cut it. I clicked the button by accident. My hand slipped. That's not great. Man, messed that one up just a little bit. We'll grind that one down. It's not a big deal. Remember, chat, safety squints. Okay. The green filter is to protect our eyes. Twitch cops, not really. Through the camera, you can stare at a weld. That's no problem. I need the mask. I'm doing this so you guys can see the weld. Because if I weld with no welding mask, if you guys don't have a mask on, it'll just blow out the camera and you'll just see a white screen. It'll look like flashbang. Flashbang through the door. It'll look like a flashbang went off. I'm doing this so you guys can see it. I don't need safety squints. I'm in the Matrix. You can't see it anyway? Oh. You shut up. It's the exact same, just green. Yeah, it's probably because you guys aren't close. Yeah, whatever. You get the idea. I showed you how to plug weld. Good. 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 You know what? I was thinking we probably don't need to go back and forth. The self-tappers are already putting this thing in place. It's already locked in. It's not going anywhere. So we could probably just work on one side. We don't need to alternate. I think spreading these apart enough should be good for the stainless. So let's keep going. That one is on the end of the flange. Damn. I built up too much. We got to go back to that one. That one is just on the very end of the leaf spring flange. So let's just see if I can build up some material there. Got to do it slow, because if you just keep zapping it there, it'll melt. The pool will just fall. It'll fall onto the ground. So we just got to go nice and slow. Can only zap this thing for a couple seconds at a time before it gets angry. Gotta wait for it to cool. Got it. That one was a little bit tricky because it was the underlying flange was halfway over the hole. So yeah, it's easy to get blowout when that happens. But yeah, now we're good. She good. Nice. That one was a little bit low. It's just because, yeah, we knew that was there. Just gotta, you don't want to put too much heat in it. We're welding with a pretty high voltage here. And if you miss, you're gonna zap something and just blow right through it. Good. All right. Good? Now that thing really isn't going anywhere, geez. I missed a little bit. I can, yeah. You can feel the heat for sure. I hate that I missed right there, but that's okay. All right, here we go. What the hell is that? Looks like the elephant's foot. What the hell was I doing? Whatever. I moved that too fast. It looks like a nipple. Damn it. Dang it. Said we were gonna score. Yeah, as we get into the further into the trunk, these holes are gonna be a little bit more difficult to get at. That was bad. All the crap came out of the schmutz came out of the cup on the freaking welding gun. Okay. This side is getting pretty hot. We'll switch over to the other side. Respect again for not being frivolous with other people's money. Hope the charger will be all that you want. Oh, thanks, Fralin. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No. Dude, I feel absolutely terrible about that. Like, yeah. I should have been more careful with the accountant. That was, I mean, he screwed it up, but that was totally my fault. You know? But yeah, yeah, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. I'm not, people give money with the explicit intent to see this content. So I will deliver. The plugs look good. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm pretty good at this. Now that I said that, I'll screw this one up. Ready? No, that's fine. Now, this one right here, that one's going to be a pain. The reason why it's going to be a pain is because of the bent bracket. We're going to have to be careful here. That bracket's probably about a ½ inch down. Now, everything is still straight. That one's just a little bit, it came crooked like that. So it's going to be a real pain in the butt to do, but, oop, I missed a little bit. Just trying to build up weld in there so we can bridge the gap. Probably not the smartest thing to do, but got it. Got it. Yeah, that one didn't come out too bad. Good. All right. Heat's, you can tell from the smoke that the heat's getting pretty crazy, so I'll move over here. I missed some of the plug. Got it. Crap, I blew through just a little bit. All right, we gotta let the heat cool on that one. See, there's a little bit of a gap right there. Just seal up the gap, and we're good to go. Can you guys see okay? I just moved the light around so you can see it a little bit better.
So I can see too. Good. Good.
Smoke coming out from through the holes and stuff means we're getting good pen. Means the welds are penetrating through, which is what you want. You want the weld to melt the metal a little bit, and you want the heat to get all the way through to the other side of the metal, and that's why setting the right voltage is so important. Because if you don't, it's not as strong. The weld gets stronger if it heats up all the metal and really melds all that stuff together. That one just had a little pinhole. Gonna do this one up close. Good. So good finally seeing the trunk pan going in for the final time. Yeah. It's funny when I put it in, when we put it in at the beginning of the stream, I was like, yeah, we'll probably end up taking it out again because something will probably be crooked. Nope. It was actually fine. It went in just fine. The welds are looking good. Thanks, man. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. I'm trying, man. I'm really trying to hone this craft. I mean, this is great. Like I said, whole reason we started this project, get some experience, not with just restoring cars, but with using this thing. I'd like to think that I'm pretty good with it now. I mean, I still did screw up some of these. But, yeah, I mean... I missed a smidge over there, just a little bit. It's hard to see it. Good. Artemis 2 mission launch. April. Starlight, NASA is targeting April Fool's Day for the Artemis 2 launch. Is that a joke? Tell me you're kidding. NASA's, they want to launch on April Fool's Day? What are they, crazy? What are you, nuts? That just sounds like a bad idea, man. Is it January 4th? I highly doubt Artemis 2 is going to go on January 4th, Bree. They haven't done any testing with the stack yet. Our second choice was Friday the 13th. Yep. Could be worse, could be Friday the 13th. Yeah. NASA, bad ideas? Shocker. I think they said no later than April. Yeah, I do believe you're right. I do believe that you are correct, my friend. All right, I'm gonna keep going. This is fun. Tucker, I'm having a good time. It's like we're real soldiers. Sorry, that was red versus blue. Sorry, the head has a lot of dookie. Doo-doo caca poo-poo. Ow. A little bit of slag went and burned my wrist, but whatever, we're fine. Missed. Didn't get all of it. The welding cable snagged a little bit. That's all right. There we go. Okay. I gotta move the cord. Okay. Switch to the other side. Control the heat a little bit.
need the light. Where's the light? Good. Good. This welding angle is getting a little, it's getting a little weird. Got it that time. Okay, that's all the way on this side, except for the stuff that's up there. You just got to do the same thing on the other side.
I told you you were flanking. You didn't listen to me.
Just got to get those ones. Ow. Spark hit me. Hit one up my sleeve. Ow. It's still in there. That's good. Okay. Good. Good. That one's tough. Did I get it? Yeah, we did. Okay. All right.
That's all the holes over here, dudes. You gonna focus or? All right. The only welds before we have to take the self-tappers out are the welds that are up. I got to get up inside the car to get at. So I'm going to do that now.
Hang on.
I need the light. Hang on one sec, I gotta move the tripod. Come on. All right. That's not screwing up the shot too much, is it? No. All right, cool. Yeah, you guys can't see that. You can see the glare from it a little bit. That's okay. I wanted to get the bracer bar out of the shot so you guys could see a little better. There we go. Okie dokie. Okie dokie artichoke. Here we go, key. Some of the old seam sealer did catch a little bit there. That's okay.
I did clean this for what it's worth. I did clean it off, so. Dude, that's so difficult to get at because of the bracers. These bracer bars here are making this tough. I gotta get in the car. If I get in the car, it should be a little bit easier. Okay, almost there. Just moving along. Kind of went a little crazy with that one because my hand couldn't fit in the right spot, but good. All right. There it is. I'm gonna shut the gas off here. Take 5. It's a little smoky in here. I'm gonna open up the camera is out of focus. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know why that camera doesn't want to focus like that, but Chris, I'm good, man. You keep it. I got plenty of those. As you can see, it's getting a little smoky in here. I'm gonna open up the door real fast. It's gonna let all the heat out, but I'd rather not asphyxiate. Question? The sun. The sun. The sun. Do you not have a fan in the roof? No. You can see the Dodge Ram out there. The engine from that thing is going in this thing. Dude, I could see the smoke going out. That's cool. You could see the sun rays. I don't think it's gonna pick it up on camera. Maybe from the high cam. Hey, there's Bluefus. Bluefus and the Dodge and the Coronet. It's picking it up. We got the rays of light. Oh yeah, I could see it. I could see the smoke going out. Smoke is good. That's what you want. You want if smoke coming like out of the bottom and stuff, get you good ventilation. It means you got good penetration, and then opening the door is good ventilation. That's what I was trying to say. What year is the Dodge? It's an 04. Yeah, you guys can see it. The way the sun is casting it illuminates it. Oh, fresh air. All right, that's good. I can't only be exposed to the sun for so long. Dad and I don't want the heat going out. I paid for that propane to heat this dang old place up. Damn, dude. That's a lot of work. Yeah, the only play that we have is a little bit up and down play, and that's it. Okay. So the next thing is to take out the 125 self-tappers that are in there. Yeah, that's the next thing. What time is it? It's 3 o'clock. We have a trunk pan. Remember how you thought this part would be done in like early July? Well, you know what, man? If I'd kept working on it 5 days a week, like what we were doing, probably would have been fine. But, yeah. I do remember that. I think with the labor budgeted, I think it would have been okay. I didn't take into account quarter 3 and quarter 4 of 2025 being like the worst 6 months of my life thus far. Between the accountant, Titan, other things. Yeah, the computer exploding. This last 6 months have sucked. They suck. The only good stuff is space, and it hasn't been too much. I mean, we got Starship and New Glenn. That's pretty cool. Can you put your golf clubs in there now? Yeah. How's Titan, by the way? Titan's okay. He's still really confused, Ender. He's really confused why he can't go outside. He's like, why can't I go outside? what the hell is this? What do you mean we can't go for a WALK? I said it like that because in case someone's watching with their dog, right? Yeah, it did. Yeah, zeros. Yeah, that's right. But he's okay. He'll be fine, dude. He's responding to the treatment well. And it looks like we didn't catch the heartworms. We caught the heartworms early enough that it's not really wearing on him. Like if you just looked at him, he looks normal. He's not coughing. He's not sputtering around. He's not like disoriented. The dog's sharp, especially if I have a TREAT in my hand. He'll be like, you know? So we caught it. The previous owners, whoever owned Titan before us, didn't give him any heartworm preventatives. Pretty sure. And he was a stray before that, so who knows what the hell happened there. But yeah, because the previous owners probably didn't do any heartworm protection, it grew a little bit. But we caught it before it really got bad. So Titan's okay. If you looked at him right now, he's just a normal dog. He's just like, dude, you know, you pick up their personality over time, and they pick up yours. Like, I know when he's annoyed. And Titan's a worker dog. He gets annoyed. He gets annoyed when he's not doing something. Like, if he's just sitting there, he'll be like, owner, human, why are we not doing anything? I'm worker dog. I'm not working. I'm sitting here doing nothing. He's like me. You know, if I'm sitting, if I'm just sitting there watching TV, I feel like an idiot. Like, I'm like, nope, got to get back to work, you know? Like, Titan can really only go outside to use the restroom, and that's about it. 5-minute WALK at best. We used to hike him miles. You know, and don't get me wrong, we'll get back to doing it. He's still young. He's only 3. So, yeah, just another 3 to 4 months. I mean, it's winter anyway, so by the summertime next year, he'll be fine, guys. Yeah, it's funny, dude. Titan's a funny dog, man. He is a weirdo. He's a weirdo. That dog's weird. The best way I can describe it is that dog is neurodivergent. Like, he is simultaneously one of the smartest, sharpest dogs I've ever seen. Not that I have that much experience there, but also he's an idiot. The dog is so dumb at times, but other times he's super smart. Like, if I tell him to go get me something, he'll go and get it. If he understands what it is, he'll go and get it. So like his BA double hockey sticks. You know, he knows the difference. He has we have a bunch of them. He knows the difference between a tennis ball, his orange ball, and the blue lacrosse ball. Like, he knows the difference. He'll know the difference. If he's hungry, he'll let you know. We have a toy that he has that you can put dog food into. If he's hungry, he'll bring it to you. Not that we feed him all the time. He's on a diet, but that's what I mean about being derpy. He always eats at the same time every day, but still he tries to sneak it in. If Brimo feeds him, right, and then I come in from work, he knows, oh, that human hasn't fed me today. I'm gonna bring him my little food toy. I'm gonna bring it to him. I'm gonna see if he feeds me. Oh, I haven't been fed today. I haven't been fed. Like I said, smartest dog, but sometimes he's an idiot, you know. But that's okay. He's my idiot. Will you watch the NASA 3i Atlas stream 3 minutes ago? No. Derek, I'll be honest with you. I want nothing to do with that. It's a comet. It's a comet. Occam's razor. Yeah, Clayton, I don't like sitting around. Sitting around doing nothing pisses me off. I do that for a living. I sit there and do nothing not nothing, but I sit there, you know, at the computer for a living. You know, if I'm not working, if I'm not streaming, got to do something, dude. You can't just sit there. All right. Shall we take all these self-tappers out? Do you need to put in a new drive shaft? eventually when we swap the motor and transmission. Not right now. Stock one in there is just fine for the motor that's in there. It's an interesting object, but a comet nonetheless. I mean, Hunster, yeah, that's right. If anything, it's getting people interested about interstellar objects. Like, that happens. It happens, guys. Comets, most comets that we have, like Halley's Comet and all the other comets, they're basically interstellar objects. Those are all captured. Comets don't just come out of the aether, all right? Those comets are captured, but they're captured and they're in such a crazy heliocentric orbit with aphelion like well beyond Pluto. Aphelion's way out there, like 4 or 5 times the distance outside of Pluto. Its orbital period is like 86 years or something. And those comets have very, very high heliocentric eccentricity, which means it is very close to gravitating off the sun and shooting off into the void. In fact, you know, if Jupiter or something gets in the way, that would be enough, you know? And that probably has happened. It's probably happened a million times. How do we know that hasn't happened with 3I Atlas? We don't know. That's probably what it is. You know, there are comets that are in such high heliocentric such as eccentric heliocentric orbits that I'll bet you we haven't even discovered half of them yet. Seriously, they're that far out. Space is a dirty place, dude. It's a dirty place. There's a lot of crap up there. A lot more crap than somebody would think. You know, everything down to a micrometeorite all the way up to 3I Atlas or Oumuamua. It's a dirty place. There's just crap flying everywhere. The universe was forged in a gigantic freaking explosion. There's crap flying all over the place, including us. All right, let's start undoing these self-tappers, right? Here, I got my screwdriver. Let's do it. What, you don't want to do it by hand? Don't think I should do it by, all right, fine. I'll get the drill. Now, when we go to fill these holes, the weld pool should fill up the self-tapper hole. That shouldn't be that big of a deal. You know what? I'll give you guys the Vivitar. Well, you guys get the high shot. It'll be a little bit easier to see the overview of what we're doing. How hard is it for an asteroid to get captured by Earth? If an asteroid has a retrograde insertion around the sun, not very hard. But it depends on its interstellar velocity. That's really important. Particularly, what's important is speed at perihelion. So, if you enter into a retrograde orbit around the sun, you're basically going against the way that the sun is spinning. Yes, it spins just a little bit, right? Or, yeah, no, it should. Yeah, no, it does. It does. Or does it? No, you probably can't do a retrograde insertion. It would probably, no, scratch that. It would probably be a planet. So like if something is flying in and it goes near the sun and Jupiter gets near it, Jupiter will pull it or push it into a captured orbit. These things have eccentricity at like 0.99% or 0.99. 0.99 eccentricity is 1/10 of a decimal point removed from escape velocity. It's very close. That's what these comets are. They're really highly eccentric orbits. they're almost to escape velocity. So like they're almost breaking the sun's gravitational pull. But like I said, someone's gonna have to fact check me on a retrograde insertion around the sun. It's most likely Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, your mom, perturbing the comet's orbit to get captured. It's most likely that. You know, those celestial bodies have a lot of gravitational pull. Now, don't get me wrong, it's nothing compared to the sun. And depending on the size of the comet, you know, like 3I Atlas is pretty big from what I understand. And it is an interstellar object. We don't know where it came from. It's hard to say. Because we don't know all the planets around us. We don't know if there's asteroids out there. We don't know if there's a, you know, what's the name of a planet that's not captured around a star? I forget the name of those. Planetoid, I think is what that's called. We could see Uranus. No, I got pants on. I don't like this shot. This shot sucks. Rogue planet? Planetoid? Planetoid, I think is what it's called, dude. Why am I laughing so hard at this? What? I don't understand. What did I say? Why, your mom? Your mom is gravitational pull? Why are things so heavy in the future? Is there a problem with your mom's gravitational pull? Great Scott! I'm sorry, your Back to the Future reference is just too damn loud. Check out that 4x4. Wouldn't it be nice if we took this car, you and me, Chad, took it down to the Cape, down to the Space Center?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So once again, just, you know, for the people that are here for car stuff, I put these self-tappers in every other hole in the trunk. And the reason why I did it is so I could make sure that the trunk pin was adhering to the frame rails to the pieces that I was welding it to. And if you do every other hole and then you plug weld the open ones, right, which is what we've done thus far, yeah, the pen will get really good adherence. It's basically pushing up against it. Let's start over here. Hey, Solaire, what's up, man? There seems to be stuff missing sort of around the wheels. What is the plan there? Yeah, the wheel wells. So the wheelhouse over there, there's definitely a gap. So cooking, that's a good question. I wanted the trunk pan in, right? Because that gives me something to build up against. So what I'm gonna do is basically where my fingertip is, I'm gonna section that part of the wheelhouse out, and I'm gonna take a new piece of metal and I'm gonna bend it into position. And having the trunk pan there gives me something to butt it up against, right? It's basically the trunk pan, and this is what I really wanted to be absolutely sure that that was centered. The trunk pan is going to be my guide for the piece of metal that I put in there. I'm gonna cut it, like I said, right here, right about where my fingertip is, probably about 2 inches up, just to make sure that none of that rot is there. And then we'll put in a new panel, and the trunk will give me the trunk pan will give me the profile curve. I basically just bend it to the trunk pan, and we're good to go. Or what we can do is I could give ourselves a little bit of a profile, and we can zap it to the wheelhouse, right? And then we can hammer it into position for both sides. It'll be really easy. Well, look at what we have here. That's about as funny as a screen door on a submarine. No, wait, screen door on a battleship. I said it right. Sorry, Biff. Unplug the damn drill. A rogue planet, a free-floating planet, isolated planetary mass object is an interstellar object of planetary mass which is not gravitationally bound to any star or brown dwarf. Oh, there you go. Well, there you go. Yeah, that's right. Planetoid is a celestial body that, or no, planetoid's protoplanet? I forget. There's planetoids, there's dwarf planets, there's planets, asteroids, comets. There's a lot of crap up there, guys. A lot more than you might think. That's what I'm getting at. Come on. Ow! That was my knee. Dang it, Chad. Why you put that trunk pan here? You don't need that. Yeah. No, Oswolf, I kind of do.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Wolfman, 20-month resub. What's up, dude?
Uno más.
Okay, now I gotta go back in the car for the first time, for the last time, for the last time, for the first time. I gotta go back in the car. Gotta go up in there. Duty, what's up, dude? Car looks super sharp now. Yeah. I'd be cut up like a turkey. Yeah, man. You gotta be careful. That's why I keep cleaning as I go. Sharp as in sheet metal. Oh, so it looks like Dookie? Thank you, I appreciate that. No, yeah. Yeah, it is. It is sharp. I'm being very careful. I'll be careful. You'll be dead. I don't know why I didn't just go to the other side of the car to do this, but, you know. Is that all of them? That's all of them. All right, cool. Oh. All right, let's count. How many? Bring it all in. How many self-tappers did we put into this? I think it was about 120. Ready? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, 6, 8, 10. 50, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 60, 2, 1. 70. 80. 90. Oh, 2, 4, 6. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 100. 102, which means there's 204 welds on this thing, give or take. I mean, yeah, it's 200 and change. There you go. You're a junior conductor now for Amtrak. Cool, Chris, that's neat. For some reason, I'm fascinated with riveting since watching Mike Padney build his plane Scrappy. Scrappy's cool, man. It's a cool plane. Did you remove the one that fell in the hole and will rattle on the highway? Yeah, if you got a good solution how to do that, let me know, because I have not done that. I'm gonna save these for later. They're still good. Save them for later. Of course, I dropped a couple on the ground. Okay, so what's left? What time is it? Let me take a look. Are we making good time? Yeah, we're making all right time. Long extension with a magnet. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's almost 4. It's 3, what is it, 320? Yeah, 320. Gonna have T-Rex arms drilling so much, yeah. There's a special edition tortellini surprise here when you're hungry. Oh. Oh. Look at this, man. So what we have left to do is we got to fill up the remaining plugs, right? We got to fill up the remaining plugs, and then I have to flap disc some of these things, and then I'm just gonna we'll steel it down, we'll prime it, put primer over this because all this is bare metal, it'll rust. We'll put primer over every one of the seams. I don't know if that's 40 minutes of work. If it was just hitting them with the flap disc right now and priming it, maybe. But yeah, we got to hit it with the welder. You made it with Alfredo chicken and green beans instead of beef and spaghetti. Oh, nice. Cool. So you guys tell me. You guys tell me what you want to do. You want to just make this a two-parter? I could come back, we'll come back tomorrow, finish this up, or do we want to finish it now? I can do either one, it doesn't matter. Food, shower, and then KSP. I got the welder out. I mean, I don't want to switch over to, I mean, what would we do instead? What all systems said. I think, okay, all right. Well, I'll finish all the plug welds and then, yeah, I'll finish the plug welds and then I'll just do the painting off stream. Let's just get all the welds done. That's what we'll do. Let's get the welds done. Yeah. Yeah. That's the right move. I mean, dude, the flap disc isn't going to take that long. You know what? I'm going to stop talking. We will. So once again, just like I said, I knew that this was going to take a little bit of extra time to get this done right. It's just tedium. It's not hard work. It's just tedious. So what we'll do is when we normally do Space News, I'll switch over to KSP. Yeah. So at 4, I'll take a break. 4:30, we come back, load up Kerbal, and we play Kerbal all the way till after hours. It should be about 6 hours of KSP. KSP in prime time, baby. Let's roll. In your house, you're always frantically working on cars to get your dad to work next day. Ended up making a ton of mistakes. It happens, dude. Mistakes happen. I've screwed this up. I didn't weld the wheel. I didn't weld the leaf spring perch in right, dude. It happens. You know, as long as you didn't die or hurt anybody else, you're good. Learn from the mistakes and go. That's how you work on cars if you don't go to school. Why not do KSP while doing Space News? It's basically what we're going to do, Nick. All right, let's roll. Is there anything new in space? Rust Blue Origin is breaking over the first stage today. The first stage got back to port. SpaceX is going ham on Starship's old pad. Yeah, they're going ham on it, disassembling it. Pad 2 is almost good. Booster 18 is going to roll out soon for proof testing, guys. We'll talk more about it, but think about that for a second. Booster 18 is going out for proof testing, meaning it's done. Well, the tank section is. All right, let's roll. How much gas do we have left from doing all that? Oh man, we're almost out. Oh no we're not. No, we're not. I just shut the gas line off. We used 50 PSI or 500 PSI of gas. I was worried about that. We had 1,000 PSI in the tank and now we have 950 PSI in the tank. We're good. Got plenty of gas. Flight 12 this year? No. Late January, drummer, is my guess. Yeah, late January. No way I'm paying the gas bill. There's no bill for this gas. You just have to buy it. Just saying. Ooh, I've been welding with the wedding ring on. That's probably not smart. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to take that off before we finish this. Yeah, that probably is not a good idea. Yeah, you don't want to weld with that on, because if it arcs to your finger, it's a nice way to just lose a finger. Get the tunage back up. Yeah, freaking good thing these gloves are heavy. That would have sucked. All right. Don't weld with a wedding ring on. Don't do that. I'm serious. That could have really been bad. But we're good now.
Back to the matrix. Down, 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 down. Gas is on. Welder's on. Let's roll. Basically, guys, I'll just start here and go down there and go across, come back, do those, and then do the back. Just basically the same order that we did before. Start in the center. Ready? One. 101 left. Oops. There's still a self-tapper over here. Where did that come from? Wait, that means there was an odd amount of screws in there? Dang it. I missed one. I went to weld the hole. I'm like, what the hell is that? Nine out of 102 completed. Good. Just missed a little bit of the edge. Did I get all of it? I missed a little bit. Just gonna have to give it a little quick zapperino. Next target. Okay, go down a little bit further on this side, dudes, and then we'll move to the other side. US East is what I'm on, Aqualux. Why, are you guys having problems?
Fire at will, Commander. Sorry, Will. Flykin, why are you doing that? I was gonna say, why are you doing that?
Screwed up, my hand slipped. I pulled it too far away. That plug weld looks like the elephant's foot. Dang it! I already said that, but it happened again because I'm just in a weird spot. It's all right. I did it again. I gotta change position. This sucks. That's what she said. Grinder will make it good. 31 out of 102. Yeah. 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 Let me get the light. It's starting to get dark in there. Okay. This. No, I got it. We're good. Okay, that's all of them on that side except for the ones that I got to do inside of the car. Let's start in the cross member here. Ready? Making our way across. Good. Good. I elephant's footed it again, damn it. I slipped. That one's a little puffy, but that's okay. Good. Cool. Right side, or passenger side now. $51 out of 102. Whoa, we drink a beer. Whoa, the earth's not a perfect sphere.
Had to move the welding cart a little closer.
Squidward on a chair. Money. Money. This hole is a little bit off, so this one's gonna be a little bit tough to get at, but yeah, that's one of the holes that I didn't drill straight.
I didn't drill it straight, boy. So when I went to send it, it just shot out rod. Didn't even make a connection.
Gotta wait for the heat to go out. And okay, almost sealed it.
Got it. It's not pretty, but we got it.
He's a little slow, but he got it.
That funky whammer. Booster 18 has been delayed and the SQD arm is prepping for a lift. Sweet, the squid. Time is it? We're making good time. Yep, we're making good time.
You know what really sucks? Putting your arm on welds that you just welded because your arm gets burned. Yeah, the more you know. Okay, gotta change position. How many are we at? 75.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Goat at throttle up. Who's that? Yo, Skull Shot. Stargate's coming back. Wait, what? Whoa, 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 whoa. What? What? What the frick is that? Really? What's up, Ryan? How you doing? Really? Huh. Ought to use some ventilation going on, sir. The door's closed, right? Yeah. I'll open it up in a second. I'm trying not to let the heat out. Can't see me, but yes, you're right. I will open it in a moment. Really? Cool. Let me, Ryan, let me, we'll talk about this in a second. Let me finish this. Let me finish this, dog. Almost there. That one's getting a little, there's a weird angle. All right. That all? All right. I gotta go in the car now. I gotta go in the car. We gotta go in the car. Send in the car. Oh, how many am I at? Oh.
89 out of 102. I have no idea if my count is right. It sounds good enough, dude. That sounds good enough. Voice crack. Here we go, Galaxy. Here we go. So glad Robbie hooked us up, man. This is awesome. This is awesome. Isn't this great, man? I love welding. Here we go, Galaxy. Here we go. There's a self-tapper in there. How did I miss the center one? Oh, I just got in the car, man. Fine. Jesus. Oh. Did I really miss the one in the center? The one dead center? Why did... Ryan, this is your fault. So at least we know it wasn't 103, it was 104. Stay. Stay. Okay, getting in the back seat. There's no back seat. We blew through a spot weld hole. Crap. All right, hold on. You just got to build up the slag. Got to do it. We got to wait for it to cool. I'll go to the next one. No. Same deal. Crap. It blew through. Balls. That's all right. Whatever. We'll fix it. Got that one. Okay. This one on the end, though, is going to suck, but it's all right. That one's good. That one's good. I don't know how the hell we're gonna do that one. That might be a job for the brass hammer. Unless I can.
Crap. I heated it up too much. Hang on, I might be able to get it. Of course this one's giving us issues. Why wouldn't it? It's one of the last ones. Okay, I'm gonna go to another one. Let that cool for a little bit. Okay, now we go back. Filled up the slag, let that cool, go do another one. Okay, come back. Okay, another one. That one got a little hung up too. It's from the spot welds that I drilled out. Some of them I went through. Fix that one. Okay, back over here. Build up a little bit more slag. I got it to bridge. That's good. All right, let's finish up the last couple of plugs over here. Let me move the light. Actually, you know what? I'll just finish this now. We just got to be patient. Let it cool. And then get the next shot. There we go. Got it. Gotta let that one cool. I'll get over here, finish the other ones. No way that one went through. Oh, I screwed up. It went through. Gonna have to build them up. That's all right. Should have filled those damn spot welds. That's my fault. That one punched through. I'll see if I can build up slag on this last one. Let me move the light. We're gonna have to go very slow. Okay. Building up a little more. A little more. Let the heat go out. A little more. Almost got it bridged, guys. Got it. Hell yeah. Oh yeah. Sweet. Sweet. Objective complete.
Oh, okay. All right, shut that off. Shut the gas. We got all of them. So now that the trunk pan is in, does that mean you can put the wheels back on? I gotta make leaf spring I gotta make the leaf spring shackles, dude, but yes. I wouldn't though, Flykin. Sorry, the camera shot was only over there, guys. I apologize, you weren't, I blew through a little bit over here in the corner, but what I did was I got a piece of the rear pan lip, and I kinda had to go, like with the welder, kind of had to go backwards at it like this and then just built it up. But there it is. Let me just take these off, look over everything. So we had 104, ended up having 104 tech screws in there. Let me open the door so we can get some ventilation. But Flykin, yes and no. Camera was fine duty? All right, cool. That was some quick welding, kind of funny. The last ones are the suckers. There were spot welds up there, holes left over from cutting through spot welds when I removed the original trunk pan. That's why I couldn't, that's why I had trouble. I blew through the hole that I left on both sides. But it's okay. All right, we can take the welding shield off, fellas. There you go. That was a long time coming, man. Some of the welds I have to grind down, but it's a little past 4, so. Oh my goodness. That was a lot of work, man, but we got it. Oh, we vented. It's starting to get cold in here again. Let me just put that down. Can it hold a grown Italian? It'll probably do it, but I don't want to. Now, Flykin, that's what I mean, and everybody else. Like, this thing needs to be, see the 2 tabs right here? This tab and that tab, it needs to be connected to that. Because if we put the weight of the car on it, it's gonna do this. It's gonna go up. We don't want that. It's not strong on the up-down axis. It's strong this way and it's strong that way. It's not strong this way. We don't have any upward connection. Now, if I really wanted to, we could take a bar, weld it here and weld it to the wheel well. Take another bar, weld that to the wheel well, get some triangulation in there, then it'll probably be okay. But I'm not doing that. Oh, that was a lot. It was tough getting in there. But yeah, dude, you should be able to sit on it. It shouldn't be a big deal. But I'm gonna vacuum it out and then let's take a look at our work.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hey, Graham. A lot of welding doo-doo. Okay, that's good. Nice. The shop back over there. Sweet. Look at that, man. Not bad. Curious why a band file wouldn't help clean the welds. A band file? I mean, you could file every one of these things down if you want. The flap disc is quicker. Why am I cleaning this? If we're gonna hit it with the flap disc, it's not, yeah, doesn't matter. You have a dirty butt. Why are, okay. Thank you. Thank you for that very insightful comment. I appreciate it. Okay, so for the first time in probably about 30 or 40 years, this car has a trunk. Like I said, I could probably sit on it. It's probably not a big deal. It is bending a little bit. I see it moving up and down. Yeah, I'm not doing that. It'd probably hold us up, but barely. It's not really strong on this axis, man. Now, when we get to it, I'm gonna have to seam seal the hell out of that thing, between the pans. I don't want it to leak at all. There it is, man. There it is, that thing is in. It ain't moving now. Yeah, see, it still goes up and down just a little bit. See what I mean? It can still move. Don't want to mess with that. Don't sit on it. Let's see, are we still level? Jeez. Dead center. Look. Yeah, some of these I put a little too much material on, so we have to just give them a quick zap, and then yeah, we'll paint it. And we'll go. And you just double check that the gas is off. Yep. Good enough for government work. I don't want government work. Government work is caca. You don't want that. We do not want that. Go get the light. Yeah, I gotta seam all this in there. That's where that's what the factory calls for. Factory manual says seam seal all that. And then seam seal around the wheel arches when we get to that point, but dude, wow, this is mint. Should probably, I missed a little bit right there. That's no problem. 104 plug welds. I missed a little bit over there too. Oh man, the more I look at this, the more I see mistakes. Yeah, I'll probably go through and just inspect every single one of these things tomorrow. And then once we do that, I'm gonna hit it with primer on the seams, on all the welds so they don't rust. And I'll just quickly zap up the areas that I missed. I missed a little bit here and there, but the vast majority of these are pretty damn good. Sorry, fellas, there's not really much insightful commentary here. I just want to look at it. Would you just look at it? Let me just make sure the bumper brackets still fit. Perfect. Oh, it's perfect. What about the other one? Yeah, baby. Perfect. Look at that, man. It doesn't seem real. Dude, I've been waiting so long to do that. Within 5 months. $208 total, yep. Are you gonna replace the rusty parts? Yeah. Yeah, that part, I'm gonna cut it out. And now that I have the trunk in and the trunk is centered, I can use it as a guide to make the piece. That was the plan the whole time, dudes. It's just hard to explain, you know, when you don't have it in front of you like this. Dude, that was so much work. There was so much work getting this right. But I guarantee you, you know, it was a lot of work because it was my first time doing it. You know, I'd say if I do this again, I could probably get this done in a month. I'd say a month just to be absolutely sure. Going from quite actually nothing back here to this is pretty freaking cool. Thanks, Smithers. Hell yeah. I can't believe Stargate's coming back. There it is. Dude. Yeah. Oh, man. This is... with the exception of a couple of my elephant foot welds, this is fantastic. I'm sorry, I'm pretty pumped on this, dudes. You learned how to fix a twisted one, even if yours wasn't twisted, yep. So the last thing that we gotta do, once again, just gotta clean up a couple of things, go over a couple of things here and there. You know, some of these things I slipped and they have some topography to them. You just got to clean those things up with the grinder. That's not going to take too long. Then just, I'll probably get a wire wheel, not the flap disc. Wire wheel these things
and hit it with some spray primer and with the Steel It, and this part's done. Did we finish something? Did we hit a milestone with the damn car? We're 5 months behind schedule, but did we hit a milestone with the car? We did. Dude, look at that. Mother trucker. Let me take a look. Let me take a look underneath. You guys come with. Let's take a look down here. Where's the light? I know the camera just went. Give me 1 sec. I'll get it back. Or we won't. There. Finished it before ML2. It's a win. Yep. Yeah, see? Yeah, we got good pen on a lot of these things. Yep, that's fine. This is all fine. That's good. See how the weld's penetrated through on the back side? See how some of the weld even got through? That's perfect. Those are the ones with the that was where a tap screw was. See, the welds got through. You get, actually, that's a good idea. You get great penetration that way. This thing is never coming apart. That would be so difficult to get that thing out in pieces without destroying this at this point. How about over here? What happened over here? Oh, there's some of the original undercoating right there. Yep. It's all good. Oh, that one. See that one? We had some problems. That was the one that was on the very end. Yeah, cool. We get good pen over here. Yep. Great. Yeah, see, when we go to repair this, guys, now I have a profile curve. I know exactly the shape that I need to bridge this gap between those two. Let's go a little further back. Take a look at the pan, where the pan hits the... Yeah, see, up there. Oh, that's dookie. That's the one I had to fill. You could see the spot weld mark. I'll probably hit it from this angle too. Probably hit it from back here, but you can see where we blew through. It's just a booger. Well, you win some, lose some, chat. That happens. Other than that, everything else looks good. Let's look at the same thing on the other side. That one's not nearly as bad. I fixed that one. Yeah, that one's fine. Well, there it is. There's the gas tank straps. I'm gonna have to hit these with some paint. They got a little scratched going in and out of the in and out. But yeah, just hit it with some gloss paint, call it a day. This all looks real good, man. Real good. We'll paint, I'm gonna paint all this too. We'll paint all this black. Yeah, we'll paint all of this. It'll all look like that. It'll all look real nice. And that's our frame rail. That's where we repaired it. There was no frame rail from here to about here. We did the repair. That thing's nice and solid, man. Yeah, dude, look, we had great adhesion this whole way. Whole thing is perfect. Oh, dude, what a freaking load off. That's so sick. Building a car is cool. If not a labor of love, this is really difficult. But it is fun.
Yeah, see, now I have something to build up against. Actually, we could probably just spot weld that thing, plug weld that thing right back into place. It's a little rusty around the edge, right there. I can patch that. That ain't no thing. And we see, I could just get the hammer and dolly, just hammer that sucker right back into position. This one over here is going to need a little bit more help. See that? I got to zip this piece out, but once again, now I have the right curve. The exact profile that I need is right there. And then I left a piece to know where the piece bottoms out. Yeah, I left some of it. Wow. This is a lot of freaking work, man. This is a lot of work. I'm glad we did it. Cool. It's pretty good, man. Pretty good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Goat at throttle up. All right. Akemi Dog, what's first? Finish the rear end or GTA 6? Congrats on the progress. I hope this thing gets done before a year from now. Sounds like a Boeing timeline to you. Yeah, right. Can we jump on it yet? I wouldn't. Thanks, Paul. So proud of you and your milestone. Keep it up, keep going. You can do it. Yeah. Yeah, man. Simple tools and time. Because we had the tools and not necessarily the talent, but we gained the talent. Wow. So I suppose the next order of business is just fixing the wheel arches, fixing the inner wheelhouses, making sure those get welded up, patching that, and then that. We got to fix that. That's going to be difficult because it's 24 gauge steel. It's really, really thin. But do you see the bracing? That brace right there and that brace right there is what makes this, what keeps that from going up. See the three? This guy, and that guy. Basically has the load that gets put on this carried out and through and around the quarter panels. So that, yeah, that's gonna suck. It's got some rust, it's got some problems. Fixing that is gonna be definitely a challenge. And then this panel's all pitted, you can see it, there's holes in it. We'll have to replace it, but we'll get it, it'll work. That compound curve piece right there is gonna be tough. But yeah, we can get it, or we can buy another one. I don't know, man. Sorry, I'm just sitting here looking at it. Dude, that's so cool. That was so much freaking work. Yeah, like I said, we have some up and down movement with it, but it's not bad. Proud of your progress, and you took some constructive criticism, yeah? I can see another Dodge Garage Crew Cab article with a big milestone. Yep. Proud of you, buddy. Amazing progress. Yeah, man. I'm sitting here and trying to take the W. Wow. That's sick, man. Look at it, dude. It looks like it's a freaking tank. That's awesome. It's so cool. All right. Hold on. I have to do this. But just bear with me. We have to do this. I have to see. Stay. Stay. These clamps might not hold up, but that actually fits, man. It fits pretty good. That's pretty spot on. Wow. All right. We do that if we repair this, we do that same self tapper trick. The rest of this is gonna come together pretty fast. Dude, hell yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Still a lot of rot that we gotta get out of this thing. Sick. Dude, yeah, no, this all fits. It fits real good, actually. Little to no adjustment needed. This is like, it's lining up perfect with the trunk seam. Oh, I love sitting here and getting it right. That's awesome. Yeah, dude, it's straight. Look at that. I mean, you could just tell by how the back of the trunk looks. Plans to wrap this? I don't know if there's anything to wrap to, dude. I don't know. I would prefer to just get it painted. You know, Celestial, I'll do the paint job if it comes down to it, if I can't afford it. I'll get some quotes. I know a body shop nearby, and I might just have them do it. So it's actually up by the PO box. I know a body shop. We had some work done there a little while back, and they were damn good. Wasn't cheap though, but like Celestial, that's where I'm at, dude. You get what you pay for with paint jobs, you know? That's sick. That is sick. Oh man. Dude, it hits so much harder when the trunk is in with the back. Like, the rest of this is gonna come together pretty frigging fast. That's really nice. All right, what time is it? It's 4:37. If you do all the prep, it cuts cost drastically. Yeah, now I can do the block sanding. I know how to block sand, that's fine. It's just the actual painting that I'm really not good with, man. And yeah, we get that hooked up, we're good. I'll do all the work. I ain't afraid of doing the work. We just replaced the damn trunk in this thing. Oh, you guys also wanted to see what this looked like. Hold on a sec. I have a picture. I have a picture basically from this exact angle. There you go. Before. After. Before. After. Before. After. Here, you could see more of the trunk. Hold on. This camera to get the shot right. Before. After. That's awesome. Dude, now I want to put the rest of it back together. You know what? We can work on that a little later. The next thing is to repair and re-weld the wheelhouses back in. Been one hell of a journey since that first stream. Yeah, man, yeah. The trunk, it goes in the square hole. That's right. That's right. It goes in the square hole. Atal, where do you think it goes? It goes in the square hole. What's up, man? Atal, I did a huge milestone today. See all those little spots? I mean, it looks cool. It looks like some steampunk stuff, but every one of those is a weld. This piece, we got it back in, man. That's the, you know, I don't know, Atal, I don't know too much if you speak car or not. That's the foundation for the car. That would be the right way to say it. That's the foundation. This is the first floor, okay? The roof is the second floor, all right? That's the foundation. The foundation is in and it's dead straight and there's no rust on it. So that's really good. Oh, dude, this thing is gonna freaking fly, man. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna be put together like some streamlined butterfly. The rusted Holy before to after is night and day. Great job, man. Thanks. Sticking with the stock wheels? No, stock alike, 15 by 8. I'm not doing the 14 by whatever that is. I think it's a 14 by 6. I want to do a 15 by 8. They make Mopar wheels in 15 by 8, and I want them to look like stock wheels, but be a little bit thicker. Dude, this thing, man, that before and after picture, can I see that again, man? So after I removed the tail panel, that's what it looked like. That's what I started with. It's crazy. But EJ, how will you add the holes back? Shut up. I mean, Celestial, here's the other thing, dude. I wouldn't wrap the paint the way it is. I would at least get it painted like white, whatever the cheapest paint job that you can get, like a single stage white paint job, and then wrap on top of that. I just want something to protect it before we wrapped it. You know? That was the moment you were questioning your life choices. Buddy, there's no scenario where anybody that wants to flip cars for a living would look at this and say this car is worth fixing. Yeah, there's no scenario where that's a thing at all, right? Like, dude, let's play some KSP, man. Look at that. I'm sorry, that was a huge milestone for me, boys. I know I'm just sitting here looking at it. I know you guys want to see KSP and stuff. That's awesome. Yeah, now that the foundation is built, the rest of this should come together pretty fast. Nice of you to get the seat ready for me back there. Yeah. Congrats. Thanks, can't see me. Did you eat yet? No. Nah, I'll go grab some food and then I'll come back up here. I'm not dirty. I'm not super dirty. We don't need to take a shower. I'll take a shower after the stream. Take your time, man. This is a major win. Thanks, boys. Yeah, it's pretty freaking cool. It's pretty cool. All right, I'm putting the whole thing together. I'm sorry. I'm putting the whole thing together. I don't care. Let me get all the other parts. Let me put the extensions in and everything else. Sorry, I have to do this. So these are trunk extensions. I'm not gonna weld these up until we get quarters, but where they go is right here. They go in and they extend the trunk out to the end here. Get clamp. You gotta clamp it on the pinch, right here. That's gonna line up. I didn't get it exact. Hold on. It's got to be exact for everything else to freaking fit in here. Got it. A moment when it starts to look like a car again. Yep. We've completed all objectives. This is the bonus. This is the bonus round. There we go. Come on, you. Why are these so difficult to get in here all of a sudden? I don't remember these being this tough. Nope, it's not perfect. Huh, that's strange. mess something up here. There. Is that right? It looks like this thing bent a little bit. Huh. That's very, very uncool that it's doing that. Oh, it's the it's the wheelhouse, dudes. I see it. I see the problem. It's not the trunk, it's the wheelhouse. No problem. Get it. You just gotta go up in the front just a little bit. There it is. It's close. It's just a little bent. I think I may have stepped on this thing by accident once. It's probably what's going on. Whatever. When we weld it, it'll be fine. Okay, cool. Now the next thing we need are the trunk cross member extensions. They go right here. Ah, yeah, that straightened everything out for the most part. This is all stuff we're gonna have to weld in eventually. Where did I put the other one? Put it right in front of me. Cool. That actually fit really well. That's great. Trunk extensions aren't going to go until we get quarters, but there we go. Yeah, when we get a new quarter, because we have to hang the quarters on these. So that's all got to be straight. Sweet. All right. Tail panel. Hey, $5 super chat from Duty. Thanks, man. Duty and Courage. Appreciate you, dude. Still fit, everything fit. Yep. Trunk extensions are a little, I didn't get them all the way like fit. But, yep, that's all good. That's all fitting. That's fine. Score. Sweet. Look, you can almost not see through the trunk floor. Almost. We got a little bit more to do. But you see the trunk cross member, or the trunk extension picks up on the outer wheelhouse over there, and it's getting caught on it because the trunk, now that the trunk doesn't move, it's getting caught on it. So we got to get rid of this. I got to fix that, get rid of this. Then we got to fix that, and then get rid of that, and then do the quarters. But look at that. Oh, killer. Killer. Drop the check tomorrow. Duty, thank you for the $5 super chat. Done Christmas 2032 right after the Pillar of Fall is done and satisfactory. Why do you got to do me like this? You know what? After break, I'm gonna work on this a lot more. After break, we'll do more of these. We'll do more of these streams. Sick of hearing that. I'm sick of hearing, oh, you're never gonna finish it. I'm sick of hearing it. I'm sick of it. We'll get it done. We'll get it done. I don't know about, I can't guarantee the pillar bottom though, sorry. That's a lot of work. Screw this, give me a self-tapper. Where's the self-tapper? Where's the self-tapper? That's not a self-tapper. There we go. Just put a self-tapper in there. Almost went through my finger. Quarter panel's moving around, that's why I can't get the tapper in there. "3x the time is your rule." Yeah, XJ, that's rule of pi. That exists in space flight. It doesn't want to do it. It doesn't want to do it. Really gonna have to push this thing up against it. One last try for the self-tapper and then I'll stop. Got it. Nice. Just undo, just a little bit. Make sure we get this all the spot welds aligned. Oh, here it comes. Oh, it's going to be a rot. Hold on, Kyrie. I believe in you. That's shaking the entire car. All right, excellent.
When I say one last try, I got at least 5 more tries than you. Yeah. Dude. Yeah, once we get the quarters and stuff, man, this thing is gonna freaking rule. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, look at this. Can we get an interior view? Sure. What do you want to see in there? Dude, it is a mess, and I have a box full of parts in there. Like, there ain't much in there to look at. But yeah, if you want to see it, sure. All right, I got tortellini for me waiting, so. Is that what you wanted to see? What's the reasoning behind new fenders? There is none. There's, I'll show you in a sec, dude. Mostly the patches on the driver's side. Oh, that's what you wanted to see. So there's holes on both sides. The big thing that we got to fix with this car is the hang on. The torsion bar cross member is shot. That is another trunk pan level project, dude. Here, I got the slack now. Let's go over here. See right here? That's the torsion bar cross member. It's, yeah, another big structural piece. The back frame rails tie into that. That's the frame rail. Believe it or not, the front frame rails are fine on this car. The pan though, we're gonna need to do pans on both sides, and then we gotta do the rocker as well. But from about that, see where this hole is? From about there forward, there's no rust. There's rust, but there's no rot, which is weird. The front of this car is actually fine. It's pristine. It needs ball joints, and that's about it. The back of the car, not so much. Yeah, see, this is no good. That's structure that comes through here, and then there's the transmission, or the torsion bar cross member goes over in that way, and then it saddles the transmission. It's what holds the back of the transmission together. It's rusty right here and in the same spot on the other side. There's not much left. So that's why it was important to level the car, because that's basically not connected. And that is a major structural piece. It ties the front of the car to the back of the car. It's a big one. There's the torsion bar cross member, and then there's the rear cross member. This one, between the main pan and the rear pan, you can see where it comes together right there. That is a huge piece of structure that holds the back of the car together. That is the huge piece of structure that holds the front of the car together. But the dash and everything, really nice, really good condition. I gotta clean it, it's dirty from all the dirt and stuff. But yeah, we're gonna have to do up in here, we gotta do the rockers, no problem. The inner rockers on this is galvanized. They galvanized it, so it didn't rust out too bad. Everything else around it did though. So yeah, that's yeah, that's what's going on there. The reasoning for quarters, XJ, is that. You see something wrong here? Oh, don't tell me that's been out the whole time. Sorry. Do you see something wrong here? Yes. No. Here, let me show you again. I'm sorry. I can't see the freaking cameras from here. So, see this? There's a cross member that goes here. That's the whole thing that holds the front of the car together. That's the frame rail. From about here forward, there's no rust. But it needs a pan, and it needs the torsion bar cross member, which goes all the way across there. That's what I was saying. Yeah, sorry. Freaking tool. So in terms of quarters, you see that, XJ? There's no bottom quarter to this. It's gone. There's nothing there. Here, let me switch you to a different view. I gotta fix that stupid HDMI cable. Sorry about that, fellas. Oh, gotcha, it could be fixed. Yeah. We'd have to bridge the gap. It'd have to go down here to down there. Dude, the quarter, and it sucks because the quarter panel from here up is basically fine. This is all fine. Over here though, the jam, that's not fine. So this is all destroyed. And the other thing, XJ, is that you can't see it here, but here, listen. You hear that? That's the outer wheelhouse. Metal should not be crunchy. So, if we got to do the outer wheelhouse, might as well. What I'm gonna do is I'll get it. We have to get 2 doors. Nobody makes 4-door quarters. So we have to buy 2-door quarter panels, which sucks. But the 2-door quarter panel should go to about here. I should be able to get it hung on there. I should be able to get the thing hung on there with the door open, right? And then, I mean, obviously it's gonna have the 2-door quarter will have the roof skin, because the quarter panel technically goes up to about here. It's gonna have the roof skin for the 2-door, which will look super cool. But yeah, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna section off the quarter right here over the lip. So like you have the car goes up and then it goes this way. I'm gonna section it out here, and then I'm gonna hang it on here. Self-tapper the hell out of this thing. And then, the front of the quarter will be up basically here. It'll be in the door jamb, obviously. And then I basically just have to cut the front off of the 2-door quarter panel. And then we have to cut the seam. I'll probably get a paint pen and just scribble the line in there. And then add probably about not a half inch, add probably about an inch, so we can fold this back over. So you can fold it over into the jam and then fix all that. Yeah, that's gonna suck, but I don't know what else I can do. The other thing that I thought would be really cool to do is if the 2-door quarter panel has scoops. It has fake side scoops right here. What we could do, cut the side scoops out, and we could put it in the door. Cut off the outer part of the door skin right here, and then put the scoops on. I think that would look sick. be a two-door with scoops. They didn't do that in 69. They only did it in 68. The front end is probably hiding some rot. It's not. I swear, dude. There's nothing. There's a little bit on the back of the passenger side front wheel well. Just a little bit. Just a little pinhole. I'm serious. That's all. I can't find any. I'm looking in all the spots where these things rust. They rust on the top of the frame rails, right behind the shock towers. Nothing. It's clean. I swear. Yeah, they're fake. They're fake brake vents. Fake brake scoops. Yeah. They on the two doors, they'd be right here. It's just a stamping, Aqualex. It's just a little stamp. But it would be cool to put that there. You know, we could cut the door skin, right? Because this door already has a little bit of it has a scrape in it. It's a little dented, right? Somebody dinged this thing, right? We cut it out, put the scoop in. So we have scoops. The scoops will be in the door, but I don't give a frick. Who cares? Go faster stripes. Well, the go faster stripe would be right here on these cars. They didn't have like long stripes. It was just a rear stripe that goes down the back end right here. The background music is overtaking the crunchy. Oh, sorry. But yeah, dude, that's what we're gonna do. The quarter panels are gonna be expensive, man. They go from about here. The quarter panel is one piece stamping that goes to here. It is quite literally a third of the car. Actually, it's more than a third, it's almost half. And as much as I wanna sit here and remove the door and put a parcel shelf pillar in here, if we wanted to convert this to a two-door, you'd have to redo the entire roof. The two-door roof goes this way. It goes like that. It goes up like this. The four-door roof is at a little bit of a steeper angle, so you could get the door, so you could fit the door back here. You got a solid plan, clearly can, yeah. No, I'm not worried, dude. But dude, look at this car. It actually, it kind of sucks because look, it's straight, man. That thing is perfect. I can't believe it. Like, the car had all this rot. Look at how straight it is. It looks great, to be honest. If it didn't have holes in the damn floor everywhere, this thing would be awesome. But look, I mean, look at this. I love this shape. So for the people that don't know, this is called a Coke bottle styling. So see how it gets thick right here, and then it gets thin, and then it gets thick again? It looks like a Coke bottle. Are doors on a vehicle that old? They've always been a pain. That sounds like they are. The door, those are the original doors for the car as far as I know. I don't see why they would have changed. Mold the fiberglass quarter panel from the one on the car. I don't know anything about fiberglass, but I do have some experience with metalwork. Dude, I have a trunk. That just, dude, I'm sorry, that just popped into my head. We have a freaking trunk. There's a trunk. This car has a trunk again. Holy crap. This is a freaking trunk. That's pretty cool. We rebuilt the trunk vans. Wow. That's pretty neat. Well, that's pretty neat. How neat is that? That's pretty neat. Is the Coronet gonna be two-door? No. Dude, this thing is gonna fly, man. And it's gonna look so goofy when it does. I love it. It's gonna look so strange. We are gonna go in this thing, dude. This thing will haul, and it'll be strong enough to deal with it. All right, we gotta go. We gotta go. It's past 5. Slap the new tires on it, it'll look awesome. It will. This thing's gonna burn some tires, man. Lob the roof off and make it one of those Australian pickup truck things. Ute, is it? Ute. I'm not doing that. The roof, look, man, the roof is one of the few components on this vehicle that is not rusty, okay? It's the roof, the doors, and the front, and that's it. Everything else is junk. This is one of the few parts that's actually okay. I'm not cutting into that damn thing. It's one of the few parts on the car that is totally all right. I'm not, no. The roof has no holes in it. It has no rot. It's just a little rusty. That's all. That's it. The glass needs to be resealed front and rear, and that's all. That is all that's wrong. I'm not touching it. You know what? You know what? You know what? Hold up. Hold up. Just give me a second. I just need to do this. All right, it'll make me feel better. Dude, you know, we hit that milestone and you get just crazy motivation to work on the stupid thing. Now I want to keep working, but we got to play KSP. There we go. Good enough. That looks sick. The wheel's super, it's hanging down like crazy right now, but it'll be a little bit higher. All right, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. I'm good. All right. Hey, fellas, if you want to, I'll come in early again tomorrow. We'll come in early again tomorrow. We won't cut into main gaming time as much, but yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, it absolutely will. We absolutely will. So I'll probably just come in early, I'll bust this stuff out, and I'll show you guys a picture of it later. I find that the small stuff is the right way to do it. But yeah, there you go. All right, I got tortellinis waiting for me. So you guys know the drill. Stand by for loss of signal from here as expected from the shop. On Twitch, I'll probably play a space video. And then on YouTube, we'll give me probably about, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes. We'll pick up the Kerbal stream when I get back. You changing to space news? No, Kerbal. Yeah. We'll discuss space news while we're playing the space game. All right, I will see you guys in a little bit. Stand by for loss of signal, as expected from the office.